welcome to day 36. Today, we're going to be working on a few bugs that I've noticed, as well as carrying over what we were working on from yesterday, which was the DCFs, loading all these in, making sure the data is right. So this is what we're doing for DCFs. The AI helps make projections, and this has all the Excel, the major ones, hotkeys. You can go through and modify these models. We're gonna have a bunch of different types, different complexity, and the general idea is we're gonna use this data partly for our screeners, because we're gonna build advanced screeners in our research tab as well, that are gonna be a little bit more fuzzy, in the sense that you can put in a theme that you're trying to track and search for companies this way. So it's a mix of, we're kind of building our data sets that are going to be interesting to build future features off of. We added insider transactions. We're going to work on that today as well, because it appears it didn't load for all the companies. So we'll try to fix that. And then also continuing to work on our new charts that we're bringing in. There is a bug where it's not saving in the conversations. But I like the new charts. I think they look pretty slick. And then there's a final bug that I would like to fix, which is that I didn't get an email this morning, and that I don't like that. Hey DSAD, how's it going? Welcome. So I'm going to start probably with the DCF thing. I noticed some companies have slightly weird data. What's missing particular fields. Some of it's the open source library that we use, so we will try to fix what we can. The way that we would do it is essentially, if we're missing an important field, we'll try to use maybe some LLM extraction as a fallback. And if it fails then we could flag it. So all the ones that we do miss, we go through and do a little bit of but building a little manual solution for particular companies. Every SEC filing is a little different. And who knows, maybe we help Edgar Tools. But I'm going to go through and look which companies have not populated the DCFs. I don't understand why over here. So here's the current situation. Not all the companies were populated, so I have a feeling that in our master company list, it's not updated. There should be 500 companies that we're grabbing for DCFs, and it appears maybe it populated about 200. So let's take a look. Okay, this was a little debug thing we were doing.
No chains can hold this rebel stride. A spark ignites where dreams collide.
So currently what we're trying to do the chat. Right now, a lot of the insider transactions, we're getting this error. So some sort of corruption with this script. It's located here. I didn't receive a email this morning afternoon. I think we did not redeploy our Google Cloud run, but double check. We might, I believe we made the updates. You can look at the commit history if you'd like. Actually, just check the code and then go ahead and look at our cloud function. Welcome, everybody. There's a pesky little bug, the saving of the conversations. So I'm going to test this. I'm actually going to go look in Firebase and kind of see what's going on. This is the conversation ID. Yeah, okay. Just a saving failure. Hey, Ezekiel, I can explain. Just let me know what questions you have. Does your web app store lots of user data? There are some things that are stored. You can look at the privacy policy. Hey, Bruman, I don't know what that means. AutoCloud. I can't explain. I'm not really into these tools so much. The reason is because I like having a lot of human feedback throughout the process. I don't really need these long running AI tasks because I like to correct it as it goes. But with that said, it looks pretty sleek. It was easy setup, so for someone that does like that kind of thing, it seems like pretty good deal. All right, I'm going to. Looks like this one is empty. So there is some failure here. Thank you, Saran. CS, wow, coding. Oh, yeah. Everyone has a little different, right? So that's kind of your vibe. I'm sitting here, I'm sitting here streaming. So for me, it's like, I'd rather be more in the loop. But if I was at the gym or whatever else and just sending a task, perhaps the long running self-iterative things might be more interesting. I saw a Cloud released a little commands to try to you do a PR and you do / I think it's like cleanup PR or something. I think that's kind of cool. Or Anthropic, I mean. the founder of Cloud Code, or the creator, he tweeted that. It's like interesting. Might try it today. For me, if I was trying to build this, I'm giving an estimate of about 5x. Could be a little bit longer though, because I'm not very good at design. So, you know, there are some gaps. All right. So I'm going to ask, we added a lot of debug logs for this particular issue. I'm going to investigate this problem as well. Must be sending too many requests. Take a look at this. I think on the research page, we're doing some weird fetching. It's right when it loaded up. Actually, it's right when it loaded up the backend. Some sort of strange thing we probably shouldn't be doing. Don't change anything quite yet. Just show me. Let's see if it's greppi is still working. Nice. Oh, we gotta always start a llama. I don't really like that. So okay, so we have this tool called greppi. Take a look. It'd be nice if it just stays running. Let's see if we can get that going. So a llama stops pretty often. Usually every time I leave. Is it a llama? Is it stopping every time the computer sleeps, or is there any way we can have this a long-running thing? That's our embedding model that we use to help with semantic search with our tool. Helps us save tokens and time in Cloud Code. Hey Chad, welcome. See what report you get if you search for Kraken Robotics. So what I'm currently doing is I have a subset of companies. So I have 500, and we can expand it pretty easily. But the reason I'm keeping it 500 is just for testing purposes. Because when I run these long-running scripts, once we have everything settled, I will bring in the rest. My guess is we probably don't have Kraken Robotics. But when we bring in everything, I'll let you know. So let's see. So we can set up a Hammerspoon script to automatically, when the macOS boots up from sleep, it's going to start a llama for us, so we don't have to worry about this. Can we create a Hammerspoon script to do this? You can put in my init, because I just want a llama to be running always. So guys, I turned off the chat for the moment. I'll turn it on probably later today, because there are lots of crypto spammers that are chatting. So once they go away, I will re-enable the chat. So I'm gonna run this one. Yeah, can you explain? I think there's some sort of like file or something where we have our master company list. I'm guessing that's what it is. But go ahead and take a look. Our goal is we want to populate all the companies that we have in Firestore. All right, so I see our new graph came up. Currently it's having a problem with saving, so I'm going to go look. I don't see anything, interestingly. So I'm guessing it's not hitting. I noticed it didn't hit any of your debug logs. You do not need to worry, it definitely is restarted. So everything is there. It's just not being saved. I checked Firestore. None of these, with the D3 charts, they're not being saved, so there is some error, but it's silently failing. And no debug for this particular problem. You might need to add more debugs. Also double check you're checking the right path. This is starting from the chat endpoint. So go through the flow there. So this is our insider transaction problem. Okay, let me, so it's just reading our hammer spoon. So I saw it's failing here, the Olama, so I just want to get it started. Don't want to waste tokens. Oh yeah, that's probably why. I was using a logger instead of print. I think we should add that to our system rules. I mean our system prompts, if that is indeed what it was. Okay, so this is, if you guys are working on this kind of thing, Hammer Spoon's really great when you have some problem that's some automation in your computer. So for example, I always wanted Olama to start when I immediately jump into my working, and this will probably work. It's a normal error. All right, I have another one over here for the checking the deployment thing. Oh, I know why. Okay, so looks like two of the bugs were related, potentially. Like how an entire industry is doing. Well, I guess they can go into our data and look, but I guess that is the longer term goal, is like we use all of our data to help people answer their questions and create visualizations. I'd say, okay, so, we're not competing with the fact that other LLMs, will be able to compile a lot of information. It's a great compressor of information, but it's more about the visualizations and then giving people what they care about without too much friction, like in the morning every day, morning and evening. So they don't have to go looking for it. It's kind of like you don't know what you don't know. You don't ask the questions you don't think about. So this platform will give you the information that it thinks you care about without you having to look for it. I guess that's kind of the idea. So yeah, you could definitely do that. Like you could ask the LLM questions because it's hooked into the platform here. This actually might be an easy fix then, so it might all show up once we fix that. That's nice. Don't have to rerun any scripts. Hey, thanks, man. So I'm going to run this again. We got some new logging. So I'm enabling no reloading. You could definitely ask things about like each sector. You could say, how does this sector perform when this other sector and this sector do badly? Kind of test things like that. Interested. A19C, welcome. Now here's the situation. We ran the insider only scripts, but that should have populated for all of the 500 companies, right? What was the blocker? Is there a dependency that is there a dependency that in order for us to add the insider transactions, they have to have the DCF and financials? If so, that is probably not what we want to do, since those are not dependent. So let's take a look. I'm curious. That's kind of nice. I thought I would have to rerun the script today, but potentially the companies will have the insider information. Okay. Let's check what's going on. I guess I didn't, I did turn on no reloading, so that's possible. I will wait then until, sometimes I accidentally click away. I meant to look at the logs before I navigated away, but it's okay because it's here. Should be at least. Oh, fantastic! Great. Okay, so it's here, which will help us figure out what the problem is on this saving issue. Tried Minimax. I've not tried this. What do you think? Cool. Looks like we updated our Hammerspoon script. I'd like to update the README and greppy and go ahead and put in the updated, put in there a Hammerspoon script to automatically start Olama. And then that way we tell the users, hey, here's how you automatically have this running so that we don't need to always start it every time you use Cloud Code. It's kind of annoying for users. What is this? Oh, I found it. Fantastic. Hopefully that fixes this issue here. Something I always have to make sure, I always forget to disable the no reloading before I test it. Adding more logging, I guess, which is okay. All right, cool. I'm going to commit that. Today I launched this song. It should be on Spotify. Just for fun. It's not yet there, but probably a week or so. Okay. Okay, let me disable no reloading. Yeah.
No chains can hold this
I know this question always triggers the right chart, so
spark ignites where dreams collide.
asking the same one.
Beneath the stars I carve my way. The world's alive, I won't obey. Beneath the stars. Beneath the stars.
I see. So that's what we thought. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Cool. Now we're gonna test if this message is gonna show. So I'm gonna look at the logs then.
Dreams collide. A wave in time. Have you seen it?
Looks like a similar error. There might be something else related to this.
Sure you will. The beneath the clouds. Have you seen it? A characteristic. Dreams collide. Dreams collide. Follow tonight. Have you seen
Take a look. We may have to run the script again, but just investigate here.
the waves beneath the clouds? No chains can hold this rebel stride. A spark ignites where dreams collide. Beneath the stars I carve my way. The world's alive, I won't obey. No chains can hold this rebel stride.
So you added a serialize for this this recovery path. Where did you put the deserialization when you take it out? Is it necessary? Or are you just having the front end do it?
The world's alive, I won't obey. I won't obey.
I'd like to merge main in here. But there will be, I think, a few conflicts.
I won't obey.
I'm just curious, do you think we'll have to do this with the other charts as well, with the other chart data? Why was this specific to recovery path? I'm just curious. What makes recovery path different from the other charts? Don't make any changes. I'm just curious. It's like either you rerun the script or you create all of these. It's okay. I'd rather not rerun it because it will take hours. But just to test that it's working. Gotcha, gotcha. I guess go ahead and check the multi-line. Oh, I'll do it after. Just doing a little test. I suppose that's fine. Yeah, let me check the data page. Oh, fantastic. Well, that's great. Okay, so basically what happened is our scripts just loaded in a few things that broke the JSON parsing, and then just put in a few little hacky things of like, skip these particular areas, and that's okay, I would say. There are some that are missing because there was another bug too, where the insider transactions would not, because we ran both scripts at the same time, DCF and insider was dependent on the DCF existing before being created. So we can just go ahead and run the script for the rest of them now. Interesting, I'm looking at this chart. Something in the last changes. I'm curious. Oh, fantastic. It saves now. It's just a little weird. Something happened. Let me take a look at the script. But at least it saves. That was a stubborn little bug. Cool, it saves now, so good job. However, the chart looks a little strange. Let's try to figure out what happened here. Cool, so it's running the insider one. It should take populate the rest of them. I see, this is some probabilistic thing. I think it interpreted the question differently, where it thought I was asking in January when Chinese stocks decline, how's the performance? Usually it interprets it the other way. I'll ask it again just out of curiosity. Hey Shri. Hey XL. How's it going? And I think I'll commit. I'm going to merge main into this branch. And then I'm going to merge this branch into main. And that way it'll start sending emails as well. Because right now that we fixed that issue. Also, I'm going to commit some of these changes over here. Now, why do we even need the price refresh job? What's the point of that? Can't really think of a reason why we would need it. Might be an old thing that we had in the beginning. Oh, you guys looking at this screen? Yep. So now I'm going to work on this bug. Definitely some strange things going on. Probably a few things, I would guess. Hey, San, I'm not mining. Hey, thanks, man. We'll work on the landing page a bit today as well. Yeah, just every day a little bit more. Okay, so I can clear these. We kind of fixed a few bugs pretty rapidly today. I'm seeing another error, so I'm curious what happened here. Hey, son. Thanks. Appreciate it. Let's take a look at this error. This happened with this particular question. I'm working on it. It's an investment platform. You can ask questions and you get news based on the type of investor you are. So I'm working on a few features at the moment. The DCF, which is like it's like a valuation model. We're bringing those in. We're gonna have many different types, and we're bringing a bunch of documents for each company, and just fix it. Right now we're just fixing bugs, I'd say. Looks like we have an error. related to grepy. I'm going to fix this. The LLM wants to use this flag in grepy, so we're going to go ahead and add it so that way the LLM will be able to keep using our tool. So you can go ahead and look at this repo here. And you're going to go ahead and add the -n flag and release a new version on Homebrew. The repo is right here for the Homebrew formula. One moment, getting the link. Feel free to add to the, actually it doesn't really need to. Yeah, I think it's kind of pointless. All right, so go ahead and remove it. Yeah, I'm not going to do it. Yeah, let's actually just add the delay. It doesn't hurt to have it. Just add a delay a little bit so it's not a burst. This is an important change. I'm going to make sure I understand what it's doing. You need to explain a bit more clearly what you're doing and why. Code assembly. I can code assembly, well, at least in college, but I'm not going to. Hey guys, yeah, I'm changing. Yeah, we'll see where I land on as far as time. Can't really guarantee. I'm 27. My day is good. No problem. You're not disturbing me. How's it going, Big Task? Thanks, man. Yeah, that's coding assembly. I don't know. If you're doing it for fun. All right, that's fine. Just like that. So instead of changing our code, change the LLM prompts to tell it to, if we do not have it in the LLM prompts, we're going to try to direct them. But that said, if we already have it, it is what it is. But if you're saying we do not have the prompts for this particular field, then go ahead and add it where it should be. And we will double check. So that is a very sensitive area. You do robotics, that's fun. It's going to be useful in the coming years, probably. I want to get into robotics at some point. Can you double check what's the progress for this? Oh, please don't use pip. Use the tap our new release a version on Homebrew, tap it, and install it this way. Hey, Anarchy, welcome. Oh, I see. It was just changing the prompts. Fantastic. Okay. This is not code. Good. It is the code in the prompts. So that is probably okay. I'm going to try it again. Oh, nice. 13 years. That's good. Oh, I can unmute the chat now. This is oh right, that's true. That's fine. Did you install it on mine though already? Did you tap it and install it? Okay, is this script completed? Hey Sheb, how's it going? Hey Ved, welcome back. I'll commit a few things now. Cool, and I think it saves. So we fixed a few stubborn bugs we ran into the other day pretty quickly. Fantastic. So I'm going to commit these things. So now I'm gonna merge main in here and fix a few conflicts. Then I'm probably gonna review and merge everything into main. So let's take a look here. That's a nothing burger. All right, cool. Just some easy things. We can actually just go do that. This is just a comment. I think we removed this function actually. Yeah. Cool. Yeah, so we'll remove it. So it's in routes. We should probably reduce how big this file is because it's getting a little ridiculous. Let's see. I think there's a... I don't know that in hockey. Okay, cool. So we're going to go ahead and remove this one. Can you walk us through all the data that's being stored and modeled? I guess let me know what your specific question you have. Like if you're wondering what data I'm storing, how I'm storing it, just let me know. It's nothing too crazy. It's mostly just in Firestore. Just structured in the collections reasonably, but it's nothing. I don't have anything really that's that interesting. But let me know if you have any questions. Hey Sheb, merging main into this branch. So I work off a different branch, which means like every change that I make, it doesn't go public immediately. So I'm going to now do a little bit of review, go through the changes, make sure everything's good, and then I'll merge it into main, where then it would be public. So that's kind of what I'm doing at the moment. So we're publishing a new version to Grippy. This guy is AI's father. Yes. One second here. Good. Looks good to me. So now we're going to take a look at the DCF data. Similar situation, not for all companies, seems like only around 200. Probably related, but let's check. So now I'm going to test the rest of the charts. I'm going to upgrade my cloud code. Pretty sure the D3 table doesn't load with the when D3 enabled. Can you double check here? 21%. Okay, looks like we have an error with our table. Oh, that's good. I think it came back with the table potentially. Yeah, it did actually. That's fantastic. This is the error when we tried to render the table. Yeah, I'm probably gonna go until just 8 hours from now. So till I don't know when I started here. Okay, I just yeah, like 3:30, I would say. So 7 hours. Why are tables excluded from D3 rendering? We want D3 to work with the tables. And probably misunderstood me. Sometimes whisper flow says the opposite of the thing I wanted. You sleep. Kind of weird right now, just like whenever I'm tired. But I'll probably just fix it again, so it's going to be back at night. So probably 11, 12 or something. Cool. So just so you guys know, if you guys are doing charts too, I've noticed AI is really good with D3. Like, it really nails all the things it needs to do, and I thought it would actually be pretty hard. We're gonna fix these styles though. Because we actually spent a long time on the chart renderer on the back end. We're no longer really using that, except for the emails. But on the front end, it was like super good at. And I guess now that I think about it, that makes a lot of sense. Like, probably a lot more people use charts on the front, like are rendering charts on the back end. I mean, sorry, on the front end. I'm using this Python library. So maybe that's just more training data, I guess. We have this, right now it looks like the table doesn't look very much like, go ahead and look at this page. I believe it's this page or one of these pages. It's whatever one is the, make sure to respect the dark mode, light mode thing, but there's a certain style here that's really good. Also, when you finish, can you give me what's the page name? Alright, I notice sometimes it does this. Why do you think Cloud Code decided to use grep here? Are we missing some more grep flags that Cloud Code likes to use? Exactly, we're just going to keep adding these. There's going to be the ultimates. People are grown, they have to sleep. Yeah, I don't know if you're making some comment there. I am a grown individual. Okay, so commits. Mapper tests. I think I'm going to save this as a checkpoints. I see. Let's go ahead and run the financials extraction then. So run the script that's going to populate the rest of these. Cool. See you, man. Let's see. Put this in. So take a look at this, go ahead and fix this. It's probably just related to the front end not sending the auth token. Take a look at this here. There's some other examples. Did we already cover these? It likes to use this here. Why do you think? We might be missing some particular use case. I'm kind of thinking, so, you know, it's very similar to, we need to define an interface so that way the LLM knows how to call it, right? Because it might not know, right? Exactly like you said, it might not know you can already do it. It's a combination of that and making it so it is a very similar way to call You know what I mean? Because it has certain preferences for how it calls these. Yeah, exactly. So what we're going to do is add those that you just said there, and you're also going to update the README with the interface that you should give Cloud Code, and then you're going to update this repo's cloud settings to have that interface. Same thing here, so please fix it here as well. So we're going to fix the styles, but roughly right. Oh, perfect. Yeah, this is how it should look. Actually, I'll just use the DOM. Okay, take a look at this in the table. You see how we have lots of hover effects? Go ahead and investigate on the styles itself. It needs to be very similar for here. And then you're going to go ahead and make those changes in Hey Andre, how's it going? Not bad. It just needs not bad. You just need to make sure to make these messages the same horizontally sized. And then additionally, I noticed, we're not having the signal and this kind of thing. Are we missing some, you know what I'm talking about? Like the signal, and it's just 2 columns. Don't make any changes yet, just let me know why we're not doing it for this particular question here. I should be able to highlight cells and things, so I'll fix that quick. On the DCF page, I should be able to highlight cells, clicking shift and this kind of thing. I should be able to move them pretty easily. So for example, if you highlight cells and use the arrows, it moves them down or up, and then if I backspace clears and that kind of thing. Go ahead and implement as many of the Hey, how's it going, Most Wanted? Welcome. Okay, feel free to make the change as far as the CSS goes. You understand. But yeah, change that.
chains can hold this rebel stride.
So, as far as my understanding, the LLM call is a fallback, right? Let's double check here.
Beneath the stars I carve my way. The world's alive, I won't obey. Beneath the stars. Beneath the stars.
Let's see here. How does Tesla do? I think one thing we'll do today is probably add a bunch of template questions people can click.
A wave in time. Have you seen it? Yet I am sure you will. The beneath the clouds. Have you seen it? A characteristic.
Nice. Yeah, I think that's a good idea. I'll show you kind of what's happening here. Hey Luke, how's it going? All right, I'm gonna wait till we have the highlighting. That's gonna be cool.
Yet I'm sure the waves beneath the clouds. No
I forgot to specify.
a spark ignites where dreams collide. Beneath the stars I carve my way.
Let's see.
The world's alive, I won't obey. No chains can hold this rebel stride. A spark ignites where dreams collide.
Oh, nice, it works. Now we just have to turn off the defaults highlighting there.
Carve my way. The world's alive, I won't obey.
So take a look. We just got to turn off the default highlighting in this page, in this particular area. So here's the situation. I think this is for CVS, and this is a very common thing. It's essentially when we were doing our DCF extraction, how we're accumulating depends on the company. Sometimes we don't get the right fields. We're not able to accumulate them correctly because every company is different. So let's audit this particular company and try to understand how we could maybe generalize this. And in this case, the LLM fallback probably wasn't triggered. Actually, this last change, not what you want to do. The highlight is great. It's just you see how the text is highlighted as well. That's because there's some default highlighting from how, before we continue, do you understand what I'm saying? It's default from the browser or something. Hey, Luke, it's a financial platform for investors. Get a bunch of data. Nice, that looks okay. It shouldn't mess with the cells, but that's fine. I can't edit this part, I suppose. I got a few things. So you should implement Command Z, so that's for Mac OS to undo and or Control Z, and then additionally, if you select and use the down or up arrow, it should move the what you've selected. Yeah, so it should be. So you have to fix some of that stuff. It's fine. Interesting. I've got to think about this, right? So Edgar tools, right? It's essentially extracting out exactly what it says, right? And then we're trying to do an extra extraction almost on top of it to accumulate them to be consistent across companies, right? That's kind of the situation. So we need to come up with some pretty robust, like, extraction method and validation step. I think we need to evolve our scripts to not only, and this is specifically for that DCF extraction part, to do an extra validation step where it makes sure in the scenarios where we haven't populated all the required fields, we will take a second look with the LLM. And it's going to flag those. So then it's going to save a document of all the ones that were flagged by the LLM. So that way we can review the numbers after that it did for its extraction itself. And the LLM's going to actually, for this particular script, it's going to actually create the scripts that we need to run to accumulate for that particular company, and it's going to save it. and we're going to build a collection of scripts to fix some of these that where the situation was created, and we're actually going to probably, well, the next step there would we'd probably open source that part because someone else might find that actually pretty useful. It actually might already exist now that I think about it. I guess before continuing, maybe worth investigating if this has already been open sourced, so you can go ahead and look. But the general idea is you might get a bunch of values from the SEC filings from with Edgar tools, but you need to do an extra accumulation step for very common ideas that you're going to use to model. We should fix some of these, I think. I notice even when I ask these kinds of questions, the table doesn't include all the columns. Take a look at this page. So as you can see here, probably should, right? So, and I'm guessing, we take a look at this as well, actually. Pretty sure the backend is returning the signal, because we used to, granted I can actually validate that. So let me check this as well. Let me explain how it works. It's kind of like, so you select a bunch of cells, right? When you move up with your, you're moving your arrows, it'll move those values to the right location. Like it'll move the values with the arrows. Oh, with the highlight, I meant to say. To use an app you're building from where you got it. I guess if you could be more specific, like you're asking about whether like UI stuff or data or what you're thinking. I use Cloud Code to build, if that's kind of your question. I'll put the tools in the chat here. Wow, this really butchered what I said. So the idea here is you highlight an area, press backspace, deletes in that area, and then it deselects, right? It's kind of like you do an action. So you backspace, deselects. If you change a value, so let's say I highlight a bunch of areas, I press 5, a key, right? And it's going to update all of the areas in that cell, in those cells. I press, enter, then it's going to deselect everything. So you can think of the two actions as enter and backspace, I suppose. Yeah, some of these are very whack. Yeah, I think it's probably the same reason. Actually, this one might. Okay, this one actually is. What? Okay, something's really whack with this one. Let's take a look. Take a look at this, Syncoro. Oh, it's using the API, so Gemini API. I'll put it in the chat here. So you're right, like we're using editor tools, and actually I'll just let it run. I can try to find a problem. Interesting. I guess I understand why that would be buggy. All right, yeah, we won't do the arrow thing. It's a little tricky, I'm gonna discard the last. Okay, we're not gonna do the arrow thing. A little tricky. What we're just gonna implement instead is just the, you select a region, backspace, clears it, so it's 0. Or you select a region, you can enter something, press enter, changes all those to that, and then when you press enter, deselects. Those are the two things. We'll do that for now. Keep it simple. All right, I was testing this. I'm just curious, why do you think the backend's not actually giving us the signal thing, where it's like, because in this case it definitely could, right? What do you think is missing? Why do you think, oh, I see. So in this question here, it doesn't consider there to be a benchmark, right? That's kind of the idea. So even though there's a signal, there's no benchmark, therefore it doesn't bring in the signal, right? That's kind of the idea. Because we tied those two together. Yeah, I'm curious. So did anyone make an open source repo of building on top of Edgar tools for these particular use cases? All right, so give me a question to trigger this, then I'm going to test it. Okay, that's okay. I gotta change these. If I press it, all right, that's another thing. So if I press escape, it should deselect also. Yeah. The user selects something that they can't change. Wait, why did you make it so... We should be able to change all these numbers here. Like things like this, we should be able to change. No reason we shouldn't be able to in the projections. But also, like, let's say they select regions they can't change versus can change. Then it should just allow them to, when they press 5 or whatever, any key, it should just change the editable ones. Oh, nice. This one worked. That's good. Should probably be centered. Style-wise, can you probably not double, maybe make the charts bigger by about 50%, both horizontally and vertically. Let's see. For some reason it didn't change the size. I think maybe I had no overload on. Check. It's free plan. Kind of depends, like maybe what model. If it's using the fast model, it's probably, I'm not sure exactly. But are you using the Gemini CLI or on the website, or kind of what you're doing there? Can we trigger a little test? So it should run through the scheduler path endpoint, and it should send the emails. Yeah, actually, before you continue, show me where the code is for sending emails. It might just be tightly coupled, unfortunately, with the actual generations and stuff. If so, we might need to do something else, but show me. There, yeah, we're gonna probably build our own then. The general idea is you're going to build a new, it's a validation step, right? We extract out a bunch of stuff, and then we have our validation step. Oh, well, I guess there's one question, right? Are there many instances that Edgar Tools actually doesn't extract out the right figure at all? Like it doesn't even extract it out there, because there could be scenarios, let's say it's renamed to something else, Edgar Tools doesn't extract it out, in which case we cannot really succeed. And we'll need to see how often that is the case. So before we begin building stuff, we need to make sure that all the companies at least have the figures that we need to accumulate. If it's just renamed, that's fine. We can figure it out. We can run a validation step. But if it's legitimately not there at all, then it would be very challenging. And change the bar as well. Anyway, you can, do we have the label for the benchmark from the back end? So that way we don't just label it benchmark. Double check here. Nice, actually works pretty good. Interesting. Okay, cool. Yeah, it looks pretty legit. Hey, Bravo. How's it going? So if I change everything here, okay, that's right. I should be able to change that. Exactly. Okay. Cool. I'm gonna commit that actually. Nice. Oh, that's actually really good. Can we go ahead and trigger it then? And just make sure the scheduler triggers it. I believe we made those changes, but it's like basically it generates the morning and evening brief and it triggers the emails. And then after you validate that, go ahead and trigger it and send it. Nice. Where's our pet? Let's see, I think invisible. Does he still match with the music? Yeah, he does kind of. Okay. Where should I put him though? Should I put him like over here? Oh, it's under stuff. I made him invisible because he wasn't fitting the music. But he's good with this music. I guess I can always tune it. If we can make it automatically tuned, that would be good. So do we actually have the benchmark name? The LLM actually gives that to us? Cool, that should work then. Okay, that's really cool. Something I'm kind of thinking about is like, this doesn't really seem like that hard of a problem to me. Like, you could just build a little validation step after the Edgar tools, right? And that will go through and flag things that are strange, you know what I mean? It doesn't have to be like a 100. Is it because well, do you understand what I'm saying? Let's go ahead and build this architecture doc of how this would work. Put it here. Cool. And then I think we'll open source this part of it. Because it might be useful for someone else. They're trying to do this. Maybe we won't actually. Yeah, but it is, I don't really understand. It probably does exist somewhere. Maybe not. I'll check it. When the actual one sends, it doesn't have the test, right? You just added that. I just want to make sure. I'll probably close this one. What's this? Okay, we already kind of investigated this, so I close it. Let's go ahead and add a search to the portfolio page. This should allow you to look up positions. We already have a position page that loads in. I think what we're trying to figure out though right now is where to put the search. How much you pay monthly to sustain this? Hey, how's it going, Ibsen? I pay $200 a month for Cloud Code. Check the email here. Actually, didn't get the email. Oops. Interesting, I actually didn't get the email. Go ahead and investigate why. The MacBook. Yep, I have a newer MacBook. So every company's a little bit different. But in general, those are the ones we need, as well as these things. It's not allowing me to copy. Oh, treasures. It already has these. Boom, boom. Rid of this. First, then possible complete scripts. Create a larger. What do you use for this project? I just use Firebase, Firestore. Search for. Go ahead and add total debts, total assets, net debts, total equity, free cash flow, operating cash flow, those should be required as well, and ideally also R&D expense, operating income, gross profit. Above the table, look. The table. Does it think this is the table? Oh, this is probably what it means. Yeah, you could just add a search right below the table, potentially. Actually rethinking, do we even need this button? I have to put the add transaction import somewhere though. Notice adding cash doesn't change the chart. Okay, it doesn't change the chart here either. Gotcha. We'll fix that. Important. Unsure. I'm actually rethinking a few things. Let's go ahead and create a few iterations, make some diagrams, then we can see where it would make sense. Hey, I'll boss. Working on this investor tool. Okay, I'm probably gonna close this and reopen it because it will use Greppy instead. Oh, interesting. Resend return to success ID. I didn't get the email. Check.
No chains can hold this rebel stride. A spark ignites where dreams collide. Beneath the stars I carve my way. The world's alive, I won't obey. Beneath the stars. Beneath the stars.
Very interesting. I didn't get any of these. Did you make sure to use the right email? This is the email. It's pretty bizarre. Oh, I think I maybe know why. It's probably my emails. So I did change some settings with the domain. Let me try sending another.
Have you seen it? Yet I am sure you will.
Yeah, okay.
The way beneath the clouds. Have you seen it? A characteristic is it? These collide. Dreams collide. Oh no, combine. Have you seen it? Yet I'm sure the waves beneath the clouds.
Cool.
No chains can hold this rebel stride.
Take a look at this.
Beneath the stars I carve my way. The world's alive, I won't.
We're going to build this out. It's going to be in this project here. It should be pretty much separate for everything for now. But the general idea, take a look at these scripts.
No chains can hold this rebel stride.
So this is where it currently is. We're adding this extra validation step, but we're not going to hook it up yet. We're actually going to run it for testing on just a few companies for a while until we get it worked out. But you can go ahead and start implementing it. What do you think about using D3 charts for the... Okay, we're going to consider there's some open source repos. Okay, well, actually, let's start with this. Loading time currently with the portfolio page is pretty slow for the chart. I think there's plenty of optimizations we can start working on. Yep, it's working. Let's go ahead and let's hook up the. Let's send the go through the scheduler path that it would go to send the test emails now. I'm actually what I'm gonna do here. We never ran our tool greppy in this other project. Index it. So that way the LM can use it. You can go ahead and copy our cloud settings from this project also to this other project. Cool. And next. Oh, sorry. Go. Oh yeah, that's how it should be for sure. Yeah, add. Oh wait, that could work. Let me see here. Oh, it's just a search right here. Interesting. How about that? So I click it and I can search. Nah, doesn't really work. Option D is what it recommends. Yeah, this isn't bad. I kind of like this one, I think. We do option G. Just kind of replacing the button. We don't have an autocomplete. You don't need to implement that for the first iteration here. Also in the add, you need to make sure to have it. It kind of has the same like position drop down thing where you can do add transaction or also, I'm realizing we need a little slightly different version for the watch list versus the portfolio page because you will not add transactions. So on the portfolio page, that's where you can add transactions. And there should be like a little drop down thing. Yeah, let's go ahead and the max, it should show max, like, let's do 6 years or something. So we're gonna limit it to, so we're not gonna do the 20-year stuff. Nice. We're going to spend a little time working on this page today. This is actually one of the, if you think about it, like people probably will use this page the most, and we spent the least amount of time on this page. Which is kind of interesting. One second here. So every brokerage, you can download like the transaction data and stuff like that. So we will know how it looks, and we could allow people to just upload those docs if they would like, because certainly typing it all in is not fun. Oh, maybe some bug here. Oh, I guess because we're working on it at the moment. Strange. What's going on? We're gonna try and make it a really responsive graph too, and then also I don't really understand how come when I did this I can't go farther back. I look very weird. I will investigate. This one it is respecting. So something with this particular position somehow. It's interesting. So this is working for Meta, but no matter what position, like purchase date I put for this particular company, it's always putting in December for the purchase date. So kind of a strange problem. I think we're going to need a little bit more to nail this down. Can you give me potential reasons why this could happen? What does some of the others here? Interesting. That's worth investigating. Go ahead and look. Those are good guesses. Oh, that's great. This is cool. Can you give me a question? So we've tested the table, the recovery pattern, the bar chart, D3. What are the others that we're gonna give me some questions to test the others to trigger in the chat? Hey, Babel. Welcome, welcome. One moment. Fantastic. Okay, let's go ahead and start triggering all these. Interesting. I'll check that out in a second, but first. Okay, I gotta sign in again. Looks like we have to fix this page. It's been a long time since we looked at that page. Okay. Now we have to fix this, the view position page. Right now it says this. So go ahead and find this page and take a look. There's some, we're using Alpha Vantage now, and there's some other changes as well. Also, I noticed in dark mode, it's using the old colors, so you need to change it. Take a look at the Tailwind config. Okay, let me check here. It's still running. There we go. Okay, not surprising. Oh, we don't have Vix. Give me a question that doesn't work. Turn on overloading. So this is going to be cool. This is going to be doing some validation that we haven't really been able to find open sourced on the SEC filing stuff. We're using the LLM to help fix some of the problems with Edgar tools. I'm curious if it'll work. Cool. So now we have one of our charts. We just have to make a few changes. So I'm going to save this as a checkpoint. Questions for testing. So take a look at this. We just need like a legend, and then legend for the line and the bars, and then also it should be similar to the bar chart in that it has a label above it, above each bar. Also, you need labels for the axes, or the x-axis, I mean, and then when you highlight the bar, it has a little bit of a glow thing. The style should be similar to the bar chart for the highlight effect as well. One second here. Let me check this. Nice, looks good actually. Just needs to fix Cool, let's start the next step. The idea is this validation step also builds the scripts to correct it. That's kind of the idea. And then the human can just go validate the scripts and then run them. So go ahead and implement that next part. The scripts that are generated what else to add there? Right now I'm looking at this. It's pretty legit. So I'm asking, like, what is the distribution of 2-year returns when the S&P is down 20%? I'm gonna fix the little thing there. I need to fix that on the other chart too. I'll test the metadata stuff because I haven't tested that in a while, but it should still work. What the heck? What's going on here? The one day. Doing that on the other one too. 1 month. No, it's not. Just something weird with this chart. Let's fix it. Something's a little weird with this chart where the time periods aren't matching what I'm selecting. So this is only on the view specific position page. Cool. The only thing is it has this little tiny sliver. It's because it's making the bars a little bit bigger with some sort of, like, on the hover, some sort of glow. We fixed it on the comparison bar, but it's showing for this one, so go ahead and take a look. The strokes of the bar shouldn't get bigger in any way. That looks pretty nice, not gonna lie. Okay, I'm gonna make sure the metadata still works. I'm saying that last thing just to get it explicitly, just to make sure that it does have its... Nice. So every chart that we generate, we we bring in a bunch of metadata so that way the users can ask follow-up questions, because a lot of times they might have questions like, how is this made? Is this accurate? You know, all these things. So, so there are 575 instances. Nice. That's awesome. Cool. I'm happy about that. We'll keep adding new ones. Let me make sure the light mode and that it also saved. It's critical. Nice. It's saved. Not going to change this quite yet. Oh, I'll be right back, guys. I'm gonna grab a coffee. Oh, not back. Oh, this chart looks cool. I like it. All right, let's test the next one. Now you guys might wonder, why do you care what the chart looks like? It's a chart. I don't know. It's mainly about like craftsmanship, I guess. Like people can tell when you put in, when it's like the better everything looks, the better the design is, the faster everything is. That stuff makes a difference on whether they feel like it's a premium product. We're trying to charge premium prices. If it feels like everything's budget and the looks are budget, they're probably not going to pay premium prices. But if they can see, hey, like everything on the site looks pretty good, and like things load fast, and I kind of like clicking around. The idea is that will, show a message. So we fixed this problem, but I have a feeling we only fixed it for the light mode. Let me check. Let me investigate. Okay, this is the next one, the drawdown. Running into this error, this problem with the charts. I think we fixed this before, so I'm a little bit confused, but go ahead and take a look. This is the drawdown one. Also, there's another argument to be made. As the cost of software goes down, there's more and more of a premium for taste. So I see the argument sometimes. It makes sense, right? It's like, or rather, it's not a more and more premium. It's the value that people pay for is more related to that, because they might not pay for, and that's kind of what I've seen in my experience too. It's like, I'm not saying I have good taste, but I am saying that I have to put a lot of effort into making something that looks good. Okay, let me take a look, see if this problem is fixed. Same thing actually. So this is what it looks like for. It looks like well, it's still reverse order on the chart. Also, do we have the capability to just show the 1 day? We might actually not have that data. Does Alpha Vantage give a historical 1 day pricing that we can use or no? Now, which one do you think we're editing here? I'm just making sure you're editing the right thing. Okay, cool. Well, it didn't make a change. Go ahead and take a look at this page. Look at how the drawdown should be. This was the script that generated this one. Sounds like most of these scripts are just literally going to be renaming, right? Oh, I see. This is really clever what you've done. Very cool. This is really good. I didn't even need to really tell it what to do. Kind of figured it out. Awesome. Okay, so we're going to start with CVS. Did you already make the script? Show me the script for... I think it already did. I'll read it. Oh, let me see the file. Where did you put it? I may have put it in the other repo. Oh yeah, it did. Interesting. So what is this doing? We have a validation step that... after Edgar Tools, sometimes our data is a little bit weird, renamed to other things, and Edgar Tools has some limitations, and we're creating a step that's going to fix any problems. It generates the script to fix it, and then the human reviews it before running. That would be kind of the general idea. They put a nice little overview on the top, so you can kind of get a... Has a little confidence interval too. So I'm going to use Cloud to validate this, but... So do you think this is right? The current portion of long-term debt is equal to the total debt? So there was a problem with the validation script, and it's fixing the feature. Okay, let me look. This one's really weird. Go ahead and make it. Oh, well, I'll let it try again, I suppose. And then what we'll do is separate it into another file, because it's probably that file is just getting a little too big, I think. It's still inverse, and then as soon as you get to a week, it goes to a month. This whole thing's very, very screwy. Yeah, this whole chart is very, very messed up. It's inversed, a lot of things going on, though, specifically with the view this ticker page. Let's try to figure out what exactly is going on here. We don't need that fallback you just added, by the way, so please remove that. I'm not on the free tier either, so assume we have it. It's a problem with the chart specifically. Look on this page, I'll show you. Hey, Ash, using 4 tabs, 4 different apps. I'm working on the same app. These are our tools that we use. We've kind of made a repo of the tools. One of the tools I think is really cool is this greppy tool. It's saving us tokens. It's faster. Basically, whenever Cloud is doing searching, it's using our semantic search and vector database locally run instead, so then it doesn't. So you can see this greppy, it's exact command. It's extremely fast, and also it doesn't waste time and tokens searching around as much. So if you're interested in that, it's on my GitHub. I highly recommend. Very cool. And it's free. Nice. So I fixed one issue. Also on the, so there's, check these other two, 1 day, 1 week, 5 year. 1 day, 1 week are just totally weird. Like doesn't, it has the 1 month and it's inversed. And then the 5 year is also inversed.
Whole world quiet, but the spark's right there. Been cold, been low, been still. But something out there about to bend that will. I can feel it.
Hey Gremlin. Yeah, I definitely would be. This is what I, yeah. I like doing it.
Phone dry, still I'm on alert. Doors closed, but I'm past that.
Although, you know, you can't say forever, right? Maybe 5 years from now, I have different interests. It's very possible. And, but I'll probably always still be building stuff. I'd say what would, I'm not really sure when that would be though. Cool, let me take a look at this new script. Oh, you guys couldn't see what I was looking at. Cool. So now every time we see a problem, like as we're going through the financials, so I'll show you guys what I mean. We now have an auto fixer that will run and we validate the scripts. So I'll show you CVS. Okay, I'm going to check what happened there. I'm getting this on CVS. We didn't already run this script, right? Oh, it's just a front end thing. Cool, let me check this. Yeah, this front end chart, I mean this drawdown is pretty weird looking. Take a look at this. I'm trying to understand why these charts are so different. Could be a data issue. You just wouldn't have the time. Oh, that's fair. I see what you're saying. You're saying if this thing is like growing really rapidly or something. I guess you're right, technically, I guess. But it's not like I couldn't do it at all. I just probably wouldn't do the 8 hours a day thing, right? I guess it would just be evolving a little bit. But I'm not, that's not really something I think about at the moment. Wait, okay, that's not the issue at all. You don't really have a good understanding of the issue. Let me show you these two images again. Oh no, I said I agreed with you. I was saying that I wouldn't do the 8 hours a day thing. I was just saying like sometimes I could do my YouTube stuff, like make videos and stuff. I mean, you can always just sell the, like, if you know, you can always sell it, and then if, like, I don't like running it or something, and then you work on something else. Just depends. But again, that's who knows. Life is hard to predict. Like, for example, I never thought I would be streaming. That's pretty, definitely did not picture it. Yep, Nuffles. Put this in the chat. I don't like how the coffee cup doesn't match, so I'm going to remove him for now. That music. True, true. It's possible. Let's take a look. Oh, nice. Check it out. Fixed it. Looks pretty good, actually. Although sometimes it goes off the graph, but besides that. I don't know if I could ask a question like this in Chinese. Yeah, Nuffles. The landing page is has some issues. But anyways, you're saying the above the fold shouldn't make users have any action besides click. Oh, I see. Are you basically saying the scroll is not good or something like this? I'm also. Oh yeah, definitely Dark Snoopy. I'm totally with you. It's always. I think you know, bugs will take up 60 to 80% of the time. Probably that's kind of how it. You know, it's easy to get a little. Just trying to be discouraged. It's just how it is. Week. What's skeuomorphism? I think partly for me though, it's like I'm also building it for myself too. So it's like gonna be useful for me when I'm doing stuff. I'm gonna try to reduce the speed though, reduce the amount of time it takes. I think there's a lot of queries we're running through like 100 years, and then all the extra validations we do add a lot of time. Like, it could be worth investigating. Maybe in the chats, we're not as strict or something. I'm not sure. I don't know which step is taking the most time. Might be the validation. validation. Design concept where new objects or interfaces may meet the... Oh, cool. Interesting. Yeah, send me some examples. Yeah, so I think it loads this long when there's usually a problem. This is a new type of question that I haven't asked before, so. I will table it for the moment. I'll take a look at this error. We asked this question. I'm just curious. Don't fix it. I'm just curious. Why couldn't we succeed at this? All right. I'll put this over here. I'll just do... Which tools do you use? Yep, let me give it to you. Hey, Dark Snoopy, are you talking about... Oh, I see. EGF. I don't know what that is. I'll look it up. Oh, brain imaging tools. Cool. I'd be curious. What were the questions again? Can you give me the list? Yeah, this one takes forever, so there's some problem. Take a look. We're getting some 429s. I think you guys do, as far as I know. Let me look at what the commands are. Weird, I don't see a commands. Cool. Now we just fix this one. Oh, actually, just needs an x-axis and a legend. That's pretty much it. Cool. This one just needs an x-axis, labeling, and a legend. Give me a few tips. Be consistent. I drink coffee, and I think try to biohack a little bit. Like, try to figure out when you were productive and what exactly you did to trigger it. For example, for me, I know if I am, like I learned in college, if I go to a place where other people are, and then I start working, for some reason I remain really productive because I feel like if I'm not working, people can see I'm not working. So then I'm more productive. So and streaming is an extension of that. I'm more productive streaming because I feel like if I'm goofing off, it's just psychologically I won't goof off if people could be watching. That's why one of the reasons I started to do this as well. So maybe try to come up with ways to keep you productive. Some people maybe that's so yeah, it's probably different for every person, I guess. Maybe it's like keeping your phone away from you, you know, so you can get shorts and things like that. Don't work in bed, you know, that kind of stuff. So it's a combination of those things. Cool. So this one looks okay. I'm gonna test with a few more though. I want to see how many can I stack on this. I haven't actually tried that. Hey, saw dude, how's it going, Kai? Oh yeah, lectures. Lectures are boring. Honestly, couldn't you just take, like these days, you know, couldn't you just take a lecture, plug it in, and just ask questions? Like you could just take a lecture recording, put it in Cloud Code, and then just get like summaries and stuff. That's what I would do, honestly. Lectures have a lot of like filler stuff. Like I remember back then I would watch lectures on 2x speed, but these days, yeah, I don't know, you could do some stuff even faster. No y-axis. Oh yeah, thank you. I forgot about the y-axis. Important. Actually, a lot of these don't have y-axis. I think about it. I think we should add one for all of these. Yeah. Now that you mention it, it is kind of a critical component of the readability. Okay, let's go ahead and do that. I'm gonna check this page. Might have to restart because we changed the rate limiting stuff. He's off work. It's awesome. Oh, no worries, Dark Snoopy. That's a good call out. For some reason, sometimes when you look at stuff for a while, you just kind of get blind to obvious things. I don't know why Warp does this to me. Start it, please. Have to kill it. Let's go ahead and we're going to split up this file into each one of these charts should have their own file. Don't make any changes though. Just it's just a refactor. I'm okay with doing this because I think it's not gonna be too bad, but refactors you always gotta be a little careful. But what would you ask if you did not say? Oh yeah, exactly. You should go to your lectures. That's another. Yeah. My strategy was kind of like I go to the TA sessions, but I watch the lectures on 2x speed. But everyone does it a little differently. Hey, Uday, I'll send the tools there. I mean, the thing about lectures, though, it's like a lot of these professors, they're not actually that good, like, teachers, in my opinion. Like, they're like, they were hired to do, like, research and stuff. So, like, the TAs I found were actually more interested in teaching than the... Usually, there's some professors that were good, but also the professors are a little bit disconnected as far as like, you know, they don't really remember what it was like to start at the lower level, you know, 20, 30 years into a career. It's hard to, so that whereas the TAs, they know it because they just did it like a year ago. So they know exactly what is confusing, what's not. That is my opinion. Okay. The one day is still totally screwed up. Let's try to figure this out. Start with the one day. Why is it this way? Give take a look and do a little audit and give 3 potential reasons. Yeah, to send lectures to. Nice. Oh, that's cool. There you go. Yeah. Being college right now would be really strange. So much has changed. Yeah, like all the assignments that I did, I probably would approach them way differently. I would just use Cloud Code and ask questions. Cloud Code would be my, instead of going those TA sessions, I would just talk to Cloud Code. Like, you can explain all this pretty well, I think. Someone's calling me. I suppose I'll look. Yeah, CT. I know the x-axis is wrong. This is a new, well, not a new page actually, but an old page that we haven't edited in a long time. So we're just fixing some stuff like the x-axis, but also the general chart for the 1 day is pretty screwed up. Not really sure why. Let's see, am I muted? I was muted. Oh, wait. Am I muted? Test. Oh, I see. I actually muted the music and not me. Whatever. Anyways. That is the situation. That is what we're doing. So this song that's playing right now, it's going to be on Spotify in 1 week. I'm just going to start uploading these for fun. Yeah, exactly. Please do that.
A spark ignites where dreams collide. Beneath the stars I carve my
Amen.
way. The world's alive, I won't obey. Beneath the stars. Beneath the stars.
All right, this one's weird. I have to figure that was a weird bug we have to look at. Oh yeah, that's perfect. Transaction.
Dreams collide. A wave in time. Have you seen it? Yet I am sure you will. The beneath the clouds.
Where's the view? There it is. Okay, 1 day. All right.
A characteristic.
Let me see if the 1 week works. Maybe the one day we cannot get is possible. Why is the x-axis? Oh, I see. Okay, this is right. 1 week is doing something else. It's also a month. Yeah, they're all a month. Okay. Yeah, so it's still the same situation. It's kind of strange. I think what's happening is like you're specifying 1 day, then you pass into the chart because the 1 day and 1 week are still 1 month. So I think you're still passing into the chart 1 month somehow. So start from this page and work backwards. Yeah, I know SCT. It's we fixed on the other pages. It's just a matter of iteration on this page. Recharts is powerful. You can do a lot of stuff. Same thing with D3.
No chains can hold this rebel strike. A spark ignites.
Cool. I'm gonna try. I'm gonna try checking out this page again. And, oh, you guys can see, but
The world's alive, I won't obey. I won't obey.
okay. So now we're gonna run our autocorrect script and see if it works. All right, cool. So now we're gonna run our autocorrect scripts for CVS.
I won't obey.
Oh, it could be a caching thing? Maybe. I'll explain why it doesn't really change as we're testing. So it's not a caching thing. 1 day and 1 week are still 1 month. There's something fundamentally misunderstood about. I think it probably has to do with what you think about how Vantage works. That's my guess. You probably have some assumptions as far as what we can do on, because we've never tried the 1 week, 1 day views on our other pages. And it's likely that you've implemented it in a way that somehow is still passing in the full history into the front end from the endpoints when we call it using the individual stock ticker pages. It's calling these same endpoints that are being used by the watch list and portfolio performance. And you're trying to make it work using our old endpoints, and that's my guess as to what's happened, but double check here. Let me make sure I don't have no refresh on. Oh my gosh, I have no... I might just stop doing that because I keep forgetting to remove it. All right, let's see if it's working now. Oh, fantastic. It works. It's just the label's totally weird, but other than that, great. I just hope it didn't do a bunch of hacky things while I was trying to fix it. Not really. Cool. Yeah, it's funny. Whenever it's like struggling to fix something, it's usually something either is like totally screwed up, or I'm doing something wrong. I didn't refresh it or whatever. How much do you spend? I spend $200 a month. For me, the usage is pretty high. If you're interested, I have this tool called Greppi. It helps save tokens and is much faster. Feel free to check my GitHub. It basically replaces the searching tool that CloudCode uses with this tool. It's using a locally hosted vector DB and embedding model, and then it just calls that, and it's much faster, and it doesn't have to waste time searching through files and things like this. It's a semantic search. So if you're interested in that, it's very easy to set up. Just run a few commands, tell CloudCode to do it, and then you'll have it running on your project, and it will save you tokens. So if you're interested in that. Like today I've only used 5%. Whereas yesterday I'd used 20% at the end of it. So it's about right. It's going to be half the amount of tokens that I used. And that's what we kind of figured in when we ran our experiments. Anyways. Okay, I found out that it was partly my fault. I didn't reload. So go ahead and remove some of the last like kind of hacky things you did about the cache and specifically this area. Yeah, the $100 one a month is pretty good as well. Not gonna commit these yet because I need to test them. Yeah, so when you're in the 1 day view, it should be times. It gives you the time. Nice. Okay, also in the 1 day view, take a look. We need to fix the x-axis, and this goes for everything. It should be similar to the my portfolio x-axis. But on the 1 day specifically, it should be time-based. So if we can achieve this, instead of it just saying the day, as you hover over the chart at specific areas, it's going to show what I just said. So I'm going to take a screenshot. No, I don't tell the model my name. Python. The backend's Python Flask. Oh, great. It works. Cool. So you get the historical time. Oh yeah, I see it's much faster. It's caching, and now it's way faster. Nice. Cool. So I fixed this page. Not going to commit any of these yet. Gotcha. That's okay. We'll test all of that. So I'm going to go ahead and add the y-axis to this piece. Oh, it's actually not going to work because it's not done generating code. On the portfolio performance page, we no longer have a place to import transactions from like a CSV. We need to add that somewhere. So where do you think we should put it? Interesting. So the way this should work, though, it should it's not creating a new collection. It's modifying the existing. Oh, are you thinking you're going to save it here and then we validate and then it's going to transfer to the existing? You know where the existing collection is? Just checking your knowledge. Okay, so now I want you to go through these charts. They all need a y-axis. We should have the data for this from the back end, so you just need to go through the question pipeline if you need to, but it should be all there. Actually, before we begin, list every chart and tell me which one you're going to add the y-axis to. Oh yeah, that's perfect. Yeah, the option 2 is definitely what we want. Hey Vikram, welcome. Interesting, Dark Snoopy. I haven't tried 5.2. I really like Opus 4.5. It's just amazing. I haven't really had any problems with it. Generally, always will solve the thing. I just have to, like, for all the tasks that I've done, anything that I need to do eventually was solved just by making architecture documents and then going through it, iterating on and slowing down. But overall, eventually, it gets there. I'll try to make this a little faster, some stuff. But I don't think it's caching this yet. I don't think so. It should definitely cache the user's portfolio history. Cool. I actually don't see it. Take a look. It's supposed to be on this page here. Oh yeah, for sure. Definitely there's some line smoothing going on here, and it's probably a little too much, I would say. Because it looks like if you look at the, this is for a month. Well, I guess technically it's good. It's just, there's a bug with this particular position that is a little strange that I'm going to try to figure out. It normally works if you put in the purchase date, but this one doesn't, so I'm not sure if it's a data issue or what, but let's take a look. I know, so actually you don't have the architecture correct, and now that I think about it, we need to save this as a doc somewhere, so that way I don't have to keep telling you. So you go to the collections here. Let's see where it's been. Well, I don't blame it for not being able to find it. It takes me a while to scan collections. So, okay, so you put it in, you're saying company financials CVS. Did you go into the items series though? All right, let's try to fix this. Oh, here it is. So now we have our little import CSV, but we should make it clear it's for transactions. Yeah, just change the name so it's import transactions, and it should only be in the portfolio performance page. Oh, great, I already did that. Then we'll add caching for this. So. We're going to add some caching for the user's portfolio chart. So it's for the 1 month, 3 month, 6 month, 1 year, 2 year. It's very similar to the ticker page caching. Double check before you continue. What's the caching we do have for this page? Look how fast the grip is. It's so cool compared to before. Also, I'm realizing the general order of this, the way it goes is this. So this is the general order. Let's say this has a doc. Put it in put it in this repo. I just want to check. You're not actually. Are you hard coding in the percents? Because we actually the backend does have units. Like it's actually it actually does have a unit being sent. Just double check here, because then you could use that in your labels, and you don't have to hard code anything. Just double check what you did. I shouldn't commit quite yet because I'm gonna wait till this finishes and we'll test it. All right, cool. Now I'm gonna test it. Nice. It's quite a bit faster, I would say. Does that initial load, and then it's technically when you load the 2-year, you have all the data to run the others, I would think, but whatever. It's fine. I'm gonna make sure if I add a position that it updates still. Did something weird. What is this again? I think that's related to the caching thing, because it wasn't doing that before. So I'm probably not going to commit the caching thing. But I'm gonna commit the rest of the stuff. Oh, thanks to Data Sherpa. Did you see Sarah Bress announcement? No, I haven't seen him. What is this? I'll look it up. Oh, cool. Nice. Interesting. I'm gonna stash these changes because I want to check that what that was definitely the last changes we made. Just make sure. Yeah, see, it was some sort of weird caching thing. Interesting. want to make sure it was only the caching that was added. Yeah. I think the way it should work is if you add a position, it invalidates the cache. So if you add a position, the way it should work is it invalidates the cache for the portfolio position chart. Yeah, check back tomorrow. Keep checking back. All right, cool. Now with the new script we made, this self-correcting script, let's go ahead and run it for CVS. Go ahead and remove this last caching thing. It's creating some weird bugs, so we're just not going to have it at the moment. Oh no, compacting. 75%, that's when it happens. Just try to avoid that. Hey, thanks, MyWave. Use workers. No, this is just me. This is it's a platform to do all your research that you'll need for investing as a retail investor. So you have AI tools, you have news that you get every morning, get tons of charts and data. You have a data explorer where you can do lots of research. I'll show some examples. Like you can go to any company. You can see like insert transactions. You can go into our models. We're gonna have a lot of different types of models, and you can go through yourself, play around with these, you know. And we're gonna have like Wizard to explain this to people. But essentially, let's say you believe the AI boom is invalid. It's not gonna happen, and you think Microsoft is gonna have some issues. You can play around with what you think, and see how it reflects in the stock price if you're unfamiliar with DCFs. But the original thing when you load, this is an AI's projection based on the company. So this is one thing that you can do, but we have lots of other data. We have country data. Speaking of that, I'm going to investigate something. I don't see the World Bank data. Could be when we were working on the folder structure that we removed that, so we got it back. But yeah, there's like you can do research with the AI, so you can ask a lot of questions, different types of questions. For example, you can ask what are the annual S&P returns, first entry or drawdowns. You can get different types of charts. We have our own chart pipeline for how we make these, things like this. How does Tesla do when Chinese stocks go down 10%? And that's the results. Thanks, man. Yeah, anyways, that's what we're building. You can also learn about countries too. So like, let's say I want to learn about the history of Singapore. I can go into their historical charts, load their events. I can go zoom in and see, okay, it's the global financial crisis, but so this is the ERP, innovative approach by managing traffic congestion in Singapore by charging motorists for use during peak hours. And you could, each event is specific to the chart. So you can like go through, okay. Some of these we have to clean up because not every country has the same ones. Yeah, so we're gonna add these event lines, I just realized, on stock charts as well. So I don't know if you guys, I've never seen that before personally. Like it'd be kind of cool if like when I load up a stock, like I look up some company, that it has, you can enable events and you can see what happened at various points in the stock's history, but it'd be specific to the company. And we can do that. It's the same way that we did it for the countries. We just have to change the script and store a lot more data, but it could be kind of cool. I might do it. It might be a premium feature or something. Maybe not actually, but so we kind of have like a backlog of things we want to do. Are you working with AI agents in terms of assignments? Is this a temporary workflow? So what I do is each one has a different task. And they're usually working on different files in the repo. Some are working on, maybe I have a question. Some are working on tests, some are working on scripts. Sometimes I'm working on workflow things. But they're usually not working on the same stuff because it can create problems. All right. Yeah, I'm gonna wait on that one actually and do it here. So right now, in our Data Explorer page, I don't see the World Bank data, so we must have take a look at the unified structure, our folder structure. It should include the World Bank somewhere, but it's not being loaded in on the front end. Just go ahead and audit where that is in Firestore. Make sure it's synchronized with what we're fetching. It's just a lot of changing the same stuff. Oh, that makes a lot of sense. Okay, I see what you're saying. That makes a lot of sense. Yeah, I think we modify the extract DCF financials to grab it from the from company financials, that collection. I'm gonna make a plan to So I'm gonna plug in this. So this is on the ticker page. The general idea here is we want to develop a plan for adding events to individual companies. It's going to be pretty we're going to estimate the workload required for this. I think we're going to limit it probably the last 5 years. We're going to start with actually estimating the cost of doing something like this. Take a look at this scripts. This is what we did for the company data. Go ahead and find it. It's related to events. It's somewhere in the repo. And then come back to me. We're going to try and make an estimate. Don't make the doc yet, actually. We're just going to make an estimate of like roughly how much this is going to cost to do this. That would be a long-running thing, so you need to run it probably once a year. So if it costs too much, we might not do it, but it is a one-time cost, so could be kind of interesting. Okay, so fix some bugs on this page. It was specifically this bug I wanted to fix because it's kind of weird. Oh, I think I maybe know what it is. Oh yeah, okay, I figured it out. It's actually really simple. It's just when you click the X, it's not actually deleting it from the database, ASG. So it saved that from a long ass time ago because I entered that a long time ago. I thought it was like current. All right, so it appears in our portfolio performance when you click the X to remove the position. It doesn't seem to be removing it from the database. So go ahead and investigate this. Move it over here. Let me see if it's there now. Maybe just a small fix. Okay, I don't see it quite yet. Oh, nice. Okay, so our autocorrect script ran. We're gonna take a look, see if it did a good job or not. So it should be here. Okay. I think it maybe needs to run the final scripts. So take a look. I don't see the changes on the CVS model page for the extract DCF financials. Just making sure, did you actually, you have to correct it for all the years. So are you doing only the most recent year? And then number 2, did you rerun the extract DCF financial scripts? Go. All right, I'll be right back, guys. Cool. I'm back. Cool. I'm gonna take a look at this. I think I'm logged out. Log back in here. Oh yeah, see, it's still glitching up. I gotta remove that. That's weird. So it does trigger, but the chart does not update once you delete. So go ahead and investigate. And it's very strange. I'm pretty sure that it's not deleting from the database because it's still storing when I add it again. It's still storing the old purchase date. So yeah, that's kind of the issue. Make sure that it's deleting at this, give me the location of the delete that it's doing. And I guess I can just go look at the database just to double check, but it appears to be what it's doing. Oh, I found it. Okay, good. Oh, interesting. Oh, I see. It's because I added a transaction, but I don't have an edit transaction. I need to add that. 'Cause, yeah. I figured it out. It's because okay, there's a lot of things I want to fix with this page. I kind of want to split. See, there's a the import transactions. There should be some way to view all the transactions, and then you can just exit out, and almost the same way. Just like you got like a bunch of active positions, closed positions. I kind of want to split this window into 2 tabs. So it should be active positions and closed positions. And then on the closed positions, that's where the import transaction footer is. And then also it should have my existing transactions, and it should look very similar. You'll have like the percent change, which will just be when you closed it versus when you bought it. It'll have your gain or loss, the value that you closed it at, and the current price. So it's very similar. And then you can click the X and exit. That would just delete the transaction, or you can add more. So the import transaction will be at the bottom, but it'll also be split between add transaction, import transaction, half and half. Let me check that this world bank thing is fixed. I see. My waitlist got locked.
Eyes open, feel it in the air.
So we'll probably make our own waitlist, because I'm not gonna pay for that. So right now we're using viral loops for the waitlist. We're gonna just build our own, very simple. It should use, let's just add to our, we'll have like an email list collection when the users sign up. Oh, I should do a few things though.
Phone dry, still I'm on alert. Doors closed, but I'm past the hurt.
Cool. For the endpoints, it's only going to be add email, and we're actually we're going to probably implement a validation in terms of they have to validate their email with a link. So we're just gonna have that one endpoint rate limited by 3 calls an hour. something like that. 5 calls an hour. So they try to add their email, then they have to go through the validation, then it will be added. Once they get through the validation, then that's when it's added to storage. So go ahead and create a doc, implementation doc. Also consider, take time to consider any other things that I did not say here. We're now going to integrate, so we're going to integrate the D3 charts to today's brief. So let's make a plan for this. It's for the afternoon. So now these charts, we're only going to use the D3 ones. The old ones will only be used for the email. Hey, yeah. How's everyone doing? Okay, let me check it out. Oh, dyslexia. Let's see this. Oh, nice. Very good. So that fixed it. Well, not quite. Something seems off. Oops. I'll stop it before the compacting. How's it going, Mehmet? Take a look. Something seems off here. The gross profit CPS. We ran our autocorrect script here. Yeah, I kind of want spam prevention somehow at the what is honeypot? Oh yeah, you just delete it. The waitlist if they don't verify within like an hour or something. You just delete the email, I suppose. Okay, let me check out this. Cool, when I deleted the transaction, it didn't update the graph, so make sure if you delete a transaction that it does that. You guys can see. Nice. Got all our armists in some countries. I suppose that all makes sense. Yeah, feel free to start implementing. Oh, it's very cheap. You kind of misunderstood though. Talking about we're trying to generate events, so company history events. So clarify your understanding here. Okay, cool. Let me check that these are back. For some reason, the World Bank doesn't have all the countries. Just a subset. How come? Yeah, that sounds good. Let's just split the metadata into multiple documents. Wait, wow. Wait, why is the metadata so big? It shouldn't be that big. Can you explain? SCI. It's an investor platform. I'll show you. It just has a lot of research tools. You get lots of charts every day, lots of information. You track your portfolio. It's like this is the morning, but you also get just a lot of different information. So for a retail investor, the idea is we have everything you need, and you can do research with AI. It knows the type of investor you are, and I'm building it with AI is helping me build it. That's what I'm using cloud instances. Well, you see, I'm most interested in you're telling me that one data point was corrupted, right? And we have seen this twice now, so we're trying to figure out why this happened. It's just probably a limitation with Edgar tools, and that's going to be a little tricky. Yeah. We have to kind of figure out like what percent of Edgar tools is going to give us wrong data. Like it's one thing if it doesn't have the data, like that's fine, right? But if Edgar tools is actively giving us a wrong number, it's a little tricky to try to fix that. Yeah, thanks, man. So now it's going to use Edgar tools to try to get the number and see if it's Edgar tools' fault. Edgar tools is the open source library we use to get some of these things. Oh. Did you use resend for the email verification? Where's the there it is. I'll probably look at that stuff later. Not gonna deal with it at the moment. Hey, how's it going? Okay, let me test this. And I will tweet. Looks like I was signed out. Every time I load the page, it should go where I was.
No chains can hold this rebel stride. A spark ignites where dreams collide. Beneath the stars I carve my way. The world's alive, I won't obey. Beneath the stars. Beneath
Oh yeah, let me try deleting this.
Yet I am sure you will.
All right, so right now when you click the footer here,
Beneath the clouds.
these don't really do anything. So you click the add transaction, it doesn't open it. Same with the import. It should allow them to upload a CSV, but we haven't implemented the actual parsing of that.
Have you seen it? Yet I'm sure the waves beneath the clouds. No chains can hold this rebel stride. A spark ignites where dreams collide. Beneath the stars I carve my way. The world's alive, I won't obey.
Oh, it might be a bug in our code, which actually be better.
No chains can hold this rebel stride. A spark ignites where dreams collide. Beneath the stars I carve my way. The world's alive, I won't obey. I won't obey. I won't
Let's save this as a checkpoint.
I won't obey. I won't obey.
Actually, that's fine. Can you remove the today's results from the preferences? Hey, Rob. Is that up there somewhere? Oh, my hair is totally like a little ploof. But yeah, there are a lot of questions that we have to answer. Cool. Let me check. There you go, put a little command in there. I'm gonna not do this. So the add transactions should open the other window because that's more detail. Such, we already built it in the we already built a little add transaction window. So we'll use that. Yeah, no problem. Weird, one of these search commands failed with this reason. I'm gonna look it up. Interesting. Look at the World Bank data is all loaded in. Oh, there was a bug. Oh yeah, this thing. Well, I suppose let's test it. Yeah, let's we'll just run a evening brief right now. You can just trigger the scheduler, our Google Cloud function to do it for us. You can go ahead and run it. Coding doesn't matter. And then you follow up with, you have to think about what you code. Yes, I would say that's pretty uncontroversial. It's funny you mentioned that, actually. Never mind. We will not say it. All right, okay, so that is fixed. That is good. I'm gonna fix this annoying thing when I reload. It brings me back to the watch list. All right, so the way this should work is we keep track of where the user was on this page, on the portfolio page. So for example, if they are consistently on the portfolio page, we want to make sure they are always on the portfolio page when they load in. Let's just talk about how to do this. That's okay. I suppose we could do that. Well, you know, funny you mentioned that is like one of those is scalable and one of those isn't. In general, if you care about that, you should work on scalable things where you can distribute to a lot of people. That's generally where the money is, if you care about money, you know what I mean? You always have to consider there are a lot of websites, so you don't necessarily have to compete with Google. I mean, here's my take on that is like, Ella Marina is now post money 1.7 billion, 150 million Series A funding round. That's my rebuttal to that. If you know what Ella Marina is. It's made by a few students. Essentially. They were PhD students with point stamps. Yeah, but the real question is, why did this happen? Did we ever actually get to the root cause of why our scripts. Very interesting. So you're saying all the data for this particular run. And did you validate with Edgar Tools that you actually got the right data with Edgar Tools when you ran it again? Because if that's the case, there's a bug in our script. Well, I was doing this before, but the title specifically, I changed in the same style. So yes. I'm gonna test a few things. So if I go here, reload. Okay, good. I just was getting a little annoyed with it constantly switching when I reload. Yeah, ideally that screen doesn't exist, I guess, but anyways. Oh, there's no edit. It's kind of annoying. What happens if I had another one with the same? So there's a bug. If there's no position, no active position, then the closed positions don't build the chart for the portfolio performance. Anytime you add a position, add a transaction, rather, it should the closed position should contribute to the chart. What's the app about? It's an investor platform. You can get lots of information, do lots of research, generate charts, test your theories. So I could ask, like, how does Tesla do versus buy when Chinese stocks drop 10%? You can ask all sorts of questions like this and get lots of charts, different types of charts. A lot of times we're testing bugs. Yeah. This is the general idea. So January returns after Chinese stocks decline. This would be, you see the averages. And you can also explore lots of data in our data explorer. We're going to make lots of tools. This is one of them. You can look up companies like Microsoft. You can look at their DCFs. We're going to have multiple types. Go through their income statement and everything. So that's fun. Yeah, thanks. Oh, you're talking about this one here. I assume you're talking about this one. It is, we evaluated what happened here. There is some probabilistic things. So, for example, in this case, it interpreted my question a little bit differently than the other one. I assume that's what you're talking about with this one. So when I was vague and I said, how do returns accumulate in January when Chinese stocks decline? In this case, the LLM interpreted it as during January when Chinese stocks decline. How does the S&P perform during it? So then it builds the lines and it's like, okay, well, at the end of January, so this happens January 20th, Chinese stocks go down. It does like the next 10 days. But then there's no more days. So then it flatlines. So there's some of that component, right? It's like, that's why we included the chart metadata. So it comes in with the chart metadata. So someone can ask potentially what happened here. Actually, it's a good experiment. What happened here? Why are the lines flat? Ideally, it's going to be able to tell me why using the chart metadata. Whether it will or not, I'm not sure. We figured it out in Cloud Code. So. Oh, fantastic. Yeah, so great. If you see this bad chart, that was the point of why we put in all the chart metadata to the LLM. So that way people can see, hey, this chart's weird. Why? Ask the question, get the answer, and it explains. So I can ask like, why is this? So I can say this, so this is a bad chart, and it will probably agree. It's okay. It's okay. The response is not. There is some probabilistic aspect where it will not always interpret the question exactly the same unless you're very specific. Like if you leave it vague. And it's partly because we're using the Flash model. You can upgrade the model. Yeah. It's like. I think we'll probably put a disclaimer, if you're using the Flash model, it'll be faster, but more chances for inaccuracies and everything else. It's like all AI stuff. You can ask all sorts of questions too. Like if you want, feel free to give me a question. I can ask it for you. As far as like the visualizations and cool things like that. Like, here's another one. You can ask like, what are the annual SP returns versus intra-year data? Like I can do anything really. I could do like versus intra-year documents during a recession, or it could be a specific stock, like goes down 10% or more. That's another one we could do. I could say gold is doing well. And for every day it's oh, very interesting. Huh. Check this out. Okay. So supposedly this bug was caused because Edgar Tools fixed this particular bug. Then I reran our extraction script like the hour before the new version came out. That seems like a hallucinated thing. If it's true, that's kind of funny. So it's going to check the releases and see if it fixed the particular problem. basically we have some corrupted data in some of our financials. So well, that makes sense. Actually, I think this is true because we know this is true because it just ran with Edgar tools and got the right data. All right, cool. I guess let's go ahead and update our Edgar tools then. And I guess in this case, we might have to run it again for all the companies, right? And re-get the financials. What do you think? So this is the S&P annual returns when gold had positive returns. So, cool. Very varied. Oh yeah, we should probably put a little thing here, like we have for the rest of the charts, where it says like average and things like that. Occurrences for the drawdown. Can you explain how are you going to actually check that? Is that even possible? We have to run it again for all of them, I think. If it's unclear what's working and what's not. Oh yeah, that's actually a good idea. Yeah, I didn't think about that. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I actually like option 3 and option 2. So you do option 2. Option 2 is, I feel, a little more. Actually, build both build both scripts. We're gonna run option 2 first, and then at the end we'll do an option 3. So you can go ahead and create these and put them in this folder. Might be a cache thing, so I'm gonna add one. No changes. I think I noticed the statistics update though, just not the chart. When there's no positions at all. I just ran this, but it's using the old charts. Let me see what use the right ones for light mode. Yep, so there's still the PNGs. So some error along the way as far as like what it could be a front end thing. Like first check the storage for this insights in Firestore. See if it stored the chart data. Check if you had any fallbacks. You might have some fallback logic, so it goes to the PNGs. I'm gonna clear this. Not really necessary anymore. No news available. Weird. I wonder if we hit the rate limit there. Any idea about this? When are we doing this exactly? Hey, Dark Snoopy. Yeah. It's true. Yeah, definitely. And the idea is I'm going to use it too. Okay, let's see if this works now. Oh, nice. It works. Good. At least as far as I can see. Let me test it. I think ideally you don't have to go to this other screen. 'Cause I don't know, it's kind of annoying. Okay, I'm gonna make one that's like a lot, so that way I can see. Hey, the Data Sherpa. Yeah, it's in beta right now, so there's a waitlist there. Yeah, and so I'll probably keep it beta for a bit until I get all the kinks worked out here. Alright, cool. That looks roughly right. Wait, what? No, that's not right at all. Why is it go 3 million? 100,000. 10,000 shares at $10. Oh, I get it. It's because if you put, it's right actually. So, yeah, if you, I'm basically telling it I bought Microsoft at like way cheaper. So that's correct. Someone sold me their shares for nothing. All right, cool. I'd say the only thing too. Huh? Yeah, I mean, I guess this is the case, right? It's like you add a bunch of positions that are, these are transactions, and your active positions, you have nothing. You have $0. It's like you kind of withdrew it, right? Yeah. I guess I just don't really like the idea of people having lots of bugs when they're using it, and it's just like I want it to be good enough that yeah. Also, like I feel like there's just some problems that I want to fix. Like also, there should be navigation to this data page. But honestly, we're getting close here. Like once I add in this data we start to clean this up. And I'm working on this page today because we actually haven't spent a lot of time on this page. And the searching, coming into the individual positions. So that was fixed today. Well, that was kind of laggy though. We should probably on these really long historical. Okay, we'll spend a little more time on these pages because they're kind of laggy, and the chart is a little weird because the x-axis. And I'm pretty sure we're rate limited here on the news. But partly it's just because I expected, right? Like that's how I see software is it's like most of it's bug fixing stuff. Like 60 to 70% after you're doing it. So I'm kind of used to it. And just kind of refining it and things until it's roughly good. Yep, I think I'm going to push that. Roughly works. What am I using to track your tasks? I use my documents here. So I have some notes that whenever I find a bug, and I usually just put it in these docs, and then I cross it out, and then the next doc I just update it. So I just use a doc. if this was like a team, that's when you start to do some more interesting things, I guess. Or not interesting, but yeah, like Jira and stuff. It's actually the opposite of interesting. But yeah, you do that. But for just me, notes is perfectly fine. Okay, so I want to fix this so it uses the new charts as well, and then I want to fix the headlines too. We should not do charts like this. This is so dumb. One day, next day returns after 1 second. The rest are pretty good though. Thanks, Sebastian. We're working on it. Sounds good, but that's a long time. I don't even do. Whenever I do anything close to that, I'm done. I did it twice. And yeah. I feel like your brain can only need sleep after that. Just story before this, as a software engineer at some companies, Expedia, Salesforce, Microsoft, and graduate in CS, and I'm working on projects that I find interesting. So I find working on these things interesting. I also like working on games, working on, I feel like as I'm working on these things, I'm getting more and more ideas of things I want to build. And I really like doing that. My long-term goal, just keep building things. Like I want to go into robotics, VR, and I'm going to use a lot of AI tools because I really like how programming is evolving. I think it's super fun. You get to be a little bit more product focused, I would say. I like that. I like kind of trying to figure out like what a user would like. That whole process to me is very creative and fun. So yeah, that's kind of what I'm planning. I'll just probably keep streaming. Hopefully, I can eventually one of these products. I'm kind of thinking there's a long-term thing, like probably 2 to 3 years. It's going to take me a while to probably find some market fit for the things I'm building. That's kind of what I'm, keep my expectations reasonable. And then once I get that, then I will probably switch to some of the other things that have a lower probability of working, like games and things like this. That's my plan. All right. There are some bugs, as usual. The first is these are the wrong charts, wrong style of charts. Probably should be this right here should be an add position down here. Yeah. Okay, I'm fixing it. Alright, so we're gonna fix this here. So what I just pasted, this import transactions, this is on the portfolio performance page in the active positions tab. That should be an add position because the import transactions should be in the closed positions tab. So yep. Please implement the functionality as well. That's interesting. So when you run the new scripts that you're about to run, it's going to actually store in Firebase and everything, right? To get the update, it's going to update the financials, right? Or what exactly is this script going to do? All right, see you up about. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Let's go ahead and let's do this. Sure, that sounds kind of good. But how are you going to implement this lock? It's a little wacky, I would say. Priority limited. Let's take a look. Oh, I'm rate limited by myself. I should not be rate limited. I'm the admin. I'm being rate limited by my endpoints. Can you increase it, please? Oh, nice. Fantastic. Cool. So this will clean up our financials. I'm really happy that it was just like a little bug in Edgar Tools, apparently, and they fixed it. This seems kind of complicated. Can we figure out a better way to do this? Like, you understand what I'm saying? I don't think we need to implement locking. Yeah, exactly. I mean, the way it should work is like, we don't need to fetch all this historical data. Like, we just save it, you know? Like, we just save this information because it's very commonly used, and it will fetch the saved information. So you can just put it in Firestore. You can just put it under I guess what we're going to do is we'll probably have just put this stuff in a collection, like a cache collection, and then we're going to eventually move it to like Redis or something. Does this make sense? Oh, gotcha. In that case, yeah, it's overkill. Yep, that makes sense. Okay, let's fix this weird thing. Can you remove this position deleted weird thing on the my portfolio page? We don't want this. What was wrong with our backfill mode exactly?
Something's coming, child. Just wait.
So slow. Don't like. What the heck?
Eyes open, feel it in the air.
It's probably the caching thing.
Whole world quiet, but the spark's right there. Been cold, been low, been still. So still. But something out there about to bend that will. I can feel it coming up. Something shifting in the.
Yeah, so we need to spend a little bit of time on the portfolio graph. It's just way too slow switching. We need to do some serious optimization. Especially once you start adding positions, you get like 5, 10. That's where it starts to really slow down.
But I'm past the hurt. Signs hit, but they don't say when. Could be now, yeah, could be then. Oh no.
Cool. I think I'm gonna go grab another coffee. I'll be back, guys.
Wish I knew it before. Clock ticking, but I'm good with waiting. Sky's been gray, still feel elated. Been on edge, and that edge feel true. Not yet, but it's breaking through. I can feel it coming up. Something shifting in the dust. Ain't no map, ain't no plan, but I know it's in my hands.
continue our bug tirade. Bug after bug. All right. It is running a long-running script to correct some financials. What is this? This is trying to optimize our portfolio chart. Let's investigate. So can you tell me, when do we invalidate the cache? What are the conditions in which we do that? Use something like superpowers. What's that, ice finger? Okay, well, I see what it did. Now it's definitely slower on the initial load, which is okay, and then it's pretty fast. Yeah, we should fix that as well, but it's not a big deal. Oh, because I put May. Oh, year number 4. I bought Meta. Yeah. All right. Cool. That kind of works pretty well. And I'm investigating why these charts are not different. This group should be populate events companies. Oh, really? Whoops. Forgot to deploy it. It is what it is. Hey, Dark Snoopy. Usually, superpowers for cloud. I make these cool repos. How come no one promotes my repos? I get salty. Grippy is so cool. Anyways, how many coffees? 400, 500 milligrams per day, I would say, of caffeine. How do I get in the hive mind like knowledge? That's the way it spreads. Cool. Let's try it with Apple first. Just do Apple. Nice. Great. Oops. Where the heck is it? Oh, here it is. Now let's implement the UI part of it. Do you understand how we're going to do it? It's going to be very similar to the country events. So go ahead and implement it on the front end for the company events now. I'll make sure no changes. Interesting. Do you not see the questions? There's like some questions that we're gonna run in the chat. Do you not see that there? Might be a bug with our checkpoint thing. Interesting. So tell me the last part of this output for this checkpoint. Why did it truncate? Can you figure this out? This tool is located here. I'll try to fix it now because it's actually kind of important that these tools work. Sometimes I depend on them. I might trigger make sure it's redeployed and everything. I'll wait till it's done. Can you explain why does my script limit it? Why did it do that? And how do you know Cloud Code does that as well? Sorry, I'm gonna move this. I'll run a little experiments. I think we have some sort of bug with our checkpoint command. The idea is like when you run the checkpoint command, it's going to save the prior context, but if you keep the conversation going, it's not going to keep writing to that checkpoint. I want to let me know how it currently works. Because the idea is you set a checkpoint, you can keep talking, but it's not going to bring in the new stuff after you sent the command. Okay, supposedly this is implemented. I'm going to check it out.
No chains can hold this rebel stride. A spark ignites where dreams collide. Beneath the stars I carve my way.
Guess we'll see
The world's alive, I won't obey.
what's going on there. It's running the script.
Beneath the stars. Beneath the stars.
So I actually didn't want it here. I wanted it in the data explorer under the events. I mean, under the income statements like cash flow, a balance sheet, and income statement. Can you take a look? Because when I looked at the Data Explorer page and I looked at some uh, balance sheet, income statements, everything's blank. So is it deleting anything?
Have you seen it? Yet I am sure you will. The way beneath the clouds. Have you seen it? A characteristic.
Okay, it should be redeploying this. I mean, rerunning this, so we'll see.
Have you seen it? Yet I'm sure the waves beneath the clouds. No chains can hold this rebel stride. A spark ignites where dreams collide. Beneath the stars I carve my way. The world's alive, I won't obey.
All right, I want you to take a look. Well, I'll wait till it finishes, actually.
No chains can hold this rebel stride.
Hey, Ankit, how's it going? South Software Development gets ruined.
A spark
G-Code the vibe.
ignites where dreams
All
collide.
good comments. Hello, welcome.
Beneath the stars I carve my way.
Okay.
The world's alive, I won't obey.
So, a little strange. Not exactly sure what happened with this checkpoint command. My guess is like there is some subtle bug with it, but I'm not sure.
I won't obey. I won't obey.
But regardless, I will keep working on prior. So give me a bunch of questions to test the D3 charts in the research panel. Let's use cloud code. If I sign the pro plan, I don't need to put more credits in it. Yeah, exactly. So unless you run out of the way it works is you have your 5-hour rolling window. You got your weekly. So if you hit that, then it's going to ask you to add some more usage. I've heard the pro plan is kind of low on tokens. If you're interested, we have a tool that I've been using. It's called Greppy. It's helping save tokens and it's faster. So every time the cloud code searches, it uses Greppy, and it's like a vector DB embedding model. If you're interested in this, locally hosted. All right, let me ask one of these. All right, we never tested this one. So we're adding some new charts, and I'm going to test a new one. creepy. Got it. Yes. All right, cool. So we have to fix the range band. So I got this one on the range band. This is for D3. Yeah, sure. Let me send it to you guys. You can see how fast it is, like if you compare to your cloud code. It takes a while to run the grips usually. How come it shows it as blank though for quite a few when I'm clicking through? Is it just was the current scripts removing the what's in Firestore before running this? Oh, nice. Fix this little guy. Just gotta clean it up a bit. Cool, can you go ahead and add a legends? Also make the hover very similar to the comparison bar, including the tooltip over the popover thing. This is a little glitchy, so make it similar. Excuse me. Trade codex, not personally. I really like Opus though. So I made some updates, but I don't really like how I put the text. Oh, where else would you put it though? My rebuttal to this SCY is this company. That is my rebuttal. So feel free to look it up, LM Arena. And there are many other examples like this. So it's technically possible. I'm not saying I'm going to. I'm just saying, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, there are examples of things that were not that challenging to create, I think, in a sense. When I say not that challenging, obviously these are things that take work. But as far as like, is it feasible technically? So this broke. Curious what happened. It shows the wrong chart. I'll take a look. I asked this question. Hey, no worries. Cloud, the only working cloud. Oh, interesting. So you're saying right now, Anthropic fixed the one posted this morning already? So there's like a little bit of a back and forth going on throughout the day. Wow, interesting. And this is another example, guys, for SCY. This is not... This has a 1.5 billion valuation. And I watched this thing be built. Anyways, that's all I'm going to say. It's technically feasible. Technically. But that's it. There's a lot of caveats. But I'm just saying, like... Interesting. Huh. I'll try those changes. I'm looking over there. I'm not totally sold on the changes it's doing. Interesting, Kale, you like open code so much you actually would not use the Opus model. Wow, that's pretty interesting. I must try it then. I mean, you'd switch from the Opus model to open code. I think that's crazy. Right now I'm working on same old stuff. Fixing a lot of bugs today. And adding some, I guess I'm adding this. This will be interesting. Okay, this actually worked. Nice. So you can see you can ask about, you're wondering about the correlations between two companies. You can ask like individual questions like this. Actually, now I'm thinking about it. Yeah, trying to vendor lock in. Interesting, KL. Yeah, I might switch just out of principle a little bit, because that does sound kind of like BS, to be honest. Like, yeah, I might switch just for that reason, I guess. Hey, SCY. I don't think the fact that it was made by humans is not, it's not that, that's not what creates the value in a company, you know? The point is, what I'm saying is like, the things that were created, you as an individual have the ability to potentially create something of similar caliber using these tools as an accelerant. U.com, another example. These are not sites that have a complexity that is out of reach for 1 to 2 individuals. And pretty much every smart person is saying this, like in this industry, right? It's like the size of the team that you need to make really good services is decreasing because these tools act as an accelerant. So that's what I'm saying, right? Like, now there's, yeah, so that's my point of view on this as well. So surely can't imagine how much money they're losing. Interesting. Yeah, I mean, I'm definitely not gonna like risk. I'm not gonna like do anything. Like I might try the open code model, I guess. I was just playing around with it. So I'm gonna see. So we have a bunch of metadata on the charts. So I'm just curious how in depth I can ask it. Oh, interesting. So because I said why not the range band, it's probably going to try to do the range band. Oh, that's kind of weird. So the LLM, we have an LLM router, and the router decided when I said why not the range band, that meant I wanted a chart. I think partly it's because with the router, I'm not sure if we actually pass in the prior context of the conversation, so that's why it got a little bit confused. I think that's kind of what happened. Cool. Yeah, catch you soon, Kale. Have a good one. I should be on and I'll probably be ending in 40 or so. I usually just... Interesting. Let me check the chart events here. It's probably not going to be loading in because we're currently running the scripts. Yeah, definitely a lot more personalized software, like localized, like based on exactly what you need. I don't know if I'm going to keep these changes, to be honest. Main reason is I do want the chart generation to be somewhat random. I don't really want the LLMs specifically just like some hard-coded language stuff. So I'm probably going to remove it. Okay, so let me check Adobe. Important before we run. POC in 7 hours. What are you working on? Oh, nice, good. So these are here. DCF looks good, I think. Nice, good. Damn. Oh, nice, Vikram. Yeah, the UI can take a while depending on how perfectionist you are. So your college needs a alumni network thing, basically a place for alumni. Oh, gotcha, gotcha. So it's actually for someone requested it and you're building it. That's cool. That's kind of nice. I feel like the alumni network for my school is not really great. Alright. Cool, I'm happy with this. Hopefully when we load in all the new data, it's going to have less corruption and problems. We will take a look, but overall this looks pretty good thus far. Alright, got more crypto spammers to ban. Just using WorkOS, Prisma, Postgres, Prism. Yeah, gotcha. Yeah. Oh wait, there's one thing. Oh, there's maybe one problem here. Dang. Let me take a look. Oh, that actually might be old data. It's possible. Unless AMD actually did have negative operating income, maybe they did. Oh no, but this is definitely wrong. What the heck is this? What? I'm gonna check it. Something's going on here, but I'm not sure if is this old data or is this extracted? Is this the new extraction that generated this? I just use Firestore, Firebase. I just keep it simple. Oh yeah, I guess what I can do is take a look at the, so I go to TCF, see, okay, extracted very strangely. I'm gonna go look at the income statement. I can try to figure out what happened. Oh, I see. It's probably still running is the issue. Hey, thanks, man. You too. It sounds good, Vikram. Yeah. I mean, I don't really worry too much about the pricing because it's pretty generous as far as like, I've never really hit the limits. But as soon as I have like a decent amount of users, yeah, then it will get, then we'll probably investigate. I'm gonna try to understand why this is not deploying. What series list? Okay, so once the extraction is complete, then we'll need to run the, well, we have to run another script that's bringing the cloud storage to the company financials Firestore. That makes a lot of sense, yeah. Because we have to actually re-extract from the SEC filings, that's why. Hey, Roman. I always think out long term because I don't want to sit down and refactor all my Firebase code. Yeah, but the nice thing about it is that I can do that pretty well, right? The only thing is if you have a bunch of data, then you have to migrate it, which can be a pain. Especially if you have a lot, it's going to take many hours. How do you deal with having an unorganized repo, many files that can be consolidated? So you're saying like I drop in, it's a really bad repo, everything's confusing. I'll probably start with the most important parts to clear up. Like UI stuff would probably be last, but like important business logic, and try to clean it up a little bit. Scripts I don't really care about. These like scripts, they should be somewhat organized though, because I need to be able to find them in the future to run, to populate stuff. Okay, now we're going to add that to the, so do you see in the, on the country charts, there's like an events checkbox. I'll show you here. So right here, we have this in a lot of charts. It's going to be the same thing for the company level ones. So add it to Apple. It should show in the income statement, balance sheet, cash flow statements. There should be that checkbox. They click it, it populates the charts with the vertical lines, similar to these other country level charts. All right, can you give me the questions for the other types of charts? Let me check if it sent the email. It should have now.
No chains can hold this rebel stride.
Right now I'm working on the other screen, trying to figure out what. So it runs the afternoon brief, but then doesn't send the emails. I'm trying to understand what is going on. So it's running them, going through the logs in Google Cloud. Cool, we'll fix this one. Just have a legend and everything. That's weird. I guess I used the Chinese ETF as a proxy for that. It's weird. All right, so go ahead and fix this chart at the legend and x-axis labels. I don't really use any MCPs. I think they're kind of overhyped usually, but occasionally there's a good one. But a lot of them are just kind of like a little bit pointless in my opinion. Like a lot of times they'll add just like a layer, like they just use the term MCP, but it doesn't need an MCP. You just call the thing. Like every time yeah, anyways, that's my opinion of it. Like, for example, I created this tool, greppy, and a lot of other things like this. It's like, it doesn't need to be an MCP, it's like, why would it need to be calling some service that directs the AI? It's like, no, just call the API. The AI knows how to call the thing. The AI can just read the documentation and call it, and build a script to call it, What you think inside the Cloud Code GLM model? I guess just explain a little more what your question is there. I really like Opus 4.5. That's my preference. Cool, that looks pretty good. We got sequential thinking. Let me look. Yeah, it's not really my thing. I don't really understand these, like, I think it doesn't need an MCP. You just don't need it. But the tool itself might be okay. Like you don't need to start up a server that it calls. It could just be a thing, like some script or something. So, but anyways, I'm not really a big fan of those either, though. The things that are like long running tasks, just because of the way I work, right? But like, people might have other ways. Like maybe they, like, in the morning they send a task and they want to go back 8 hours later and look at like the result of a lot of iteration, right? Someone might like working like that, and I like to be more involved in the loop, so I don't really have a use case. Opus 4.5, I'm giving 20 prompts. Yeah. Not really Snuffle, unfortunately. As far as like a good model. I gotta make sure this works. Very good. I like it. Didn't implement the clicking though, or the zooming. Both important. Can you implement the clicking and the zooming? Do you know what I'm talking about? On the on those country pages, you can zoom in, click, get like a little card. Can you have all of that stuff? Also, you don't need the necessarily the label on it. People can zoom in, click, drag. Also implement the same thing as far as the line chunking to, well, actually that's probably not necessary. Just don't implement that for now, but find what I'm talking about first and then let me know, and then we'll continue once you find it. Because they're all running different tasks, Snuffle. And usually they're doing something else. I noticed you used FXI. Can we bring in an emerging markets ETF? So remind me again. I can't really remember. I think the way this works is it goes to the data schema router, and the data schema router finds the data, right? And then extracts out the schema and then puts it into the LLM. I just want to make sure that's how it works, and we're not just passing in the entire schema, because then we couldn't support 15,000 companies. Just double check on this. I'm pretty sure that's the architecture, but I can't remember. I'm going to list out all the problems so that way I do not forget them. Yeah, when I use the viral loops, what I didn't take into account is that it's limited to 14 days. So my waitlist is not active. So we did implement it, but I kind of want to double check and triple check that it works pretty well. So I'll probably do that tomorrow, the waitlist part, because we're not going to pay for a waitlist. So looking at my E2P sandbox stuff. Don't really understand. Oh, I bet it's my other account, that's why. Cool. Hey, Bucket Sniper. Hey, Kale. Welcome. I don't really know what that means. UK has had its worst snowstorm. Oh shit. Damn. Oh, that explains why Kai came on earlier. He said he had 2 days off work. I think he's also in the UK. Hey, you guys might be near each other. That's funny. Ah. Interesting. Just curious. Can you go ahead and look at the git blame in the chat.py? Can you actually find when that was changed? I'm just curious. Was it always this way? Starting to push PRs and features. Damn. Wow, interesting. But it works for the mobile apps, right? It was just the, we never hooked it up specifically for, so like, let's say you ask this question, right? Chance, it depends what you mean by do software engineering. If you're talking about getting a job, I don't really know. I'm not really sure. Like, I never worked with anyone that did not go to college. Like, throughout my whole 4 years, I didn't meet a single person that didn't go to college and study computer science or something equivalent, like some engineering thing. So I think that, just anecdotally speaking, there probably is some sort of just filter there. It might be a little bit tough. I don't know. It just is what it is, I guess. But, again, it probably depends on where you live and things like that as well. So I can only speak from my experience. And, I think I've heard other people have different experiences, so don't take my word for the absolute, look around and do research and things. Look on LinkedIn, maybe. Try to find people that have maybe a little different path. All right, so. Explain to me, like, in a question like this. Let me show you. Just call me a retard. All right, I'm gonna block you. Kind of just annoying. All right, so let me put in this question. So this question, right, is the data schema router putting in these two, run through kind of a test, right? I actually build a test for this as well. I think we do have data schema router tests. So go ahead and try to find them. If they don't exist, create them. And we're going to need to make sure that it's bringing in the right schemas for the questions like these. Because otherwise, when we actually do expand this to 15,000 companies, it's not going to work very well. It's going to be fair. I haven't been to university, but then I pretty much studied. Okay, cool. Kale, awesome. So, it might depend on the region. Maybe it depends on the companies. I'm not really sure. So yeah, there's probably, maybe you check LinkedIn in your region, see local companies. That's what I did. I kind of looked at like companies near where I was, and I looked at like where did they go to college and things like this. So kind of work backwards maybe from there. So it sounds like there are some companies where there's a lot of self-taught engineers, maybe where Kale is. So probably just depends, right? Maybe location, job opportunities, and things like this. Yeah, definitely. I agree with Kale there. I'd rather earn a lot less money, but have more control over what I'm building because it's a lot more interesting, get more creative freedom. Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, I wonder if it has to do with, yeah, definitely like location. Maybe size matters to some degree. Like as a company gets larger, maybe they have more HR departments that like filter kind of on more arbitrary things. Not really sure. Meaning like maybe like a bigger HR department will filter on credentials or something. I'm not really sure. But generally software engineering is a little bit less credential focused generally. But than some other industries. That's awesome, Dark Snoopy. That's cool. Hey, Dark Snoopy, feel free to send maybe some like a video of your project or something. It's kind of cool. If you're interested, like curious what you're working on. Filtering gets way stronger at larger companies. Yeah, exactly. There's some like stupid things like this. Right, that makes sense, yeah. Whoa. Dark Snoop, that's really cool. Wait, you actually you're creating visualizations of what pain looks like in the brain, right? Or you actually wait, no, you induce pain to participants. That's minor pain, I assume. Interesting. Wait, if you're using machine learning, what happens if like you make a mistake? A lot of pain. Yeah, Tricker, I had a... Actually, for me, it was like, once I was in the CS degree, it was good. Like, I felt like college was very productive, but then I had to spend all that time with the gen eds, general requirements. That was a waste of time. But same thing, like probably 2 years of college, I was taking classes. Like, if you add up the time of all the gen eds, it's kind of like waste of effort. Because you had to take like writing classes and what else? I think I had to take a diversity requirements. All these things. Like, okay. Let me check this actually. I went to UW, University of Washington. Oh, interesting, Dark Snoopy. Wait, is that like... How do you stay within the ethical boundaries of like inflicting pain? Isn't there some like rules about that? But that does sound really cool though. Very interesting work. Yeah, definitely KL. That's fair. I think where I went there, you could choose. It was pretty generous in like what you could choose, but you definitely did have to take certain classes that might or not, may or may not be useful to you. Oh, hey Ben, thanks for pointing that out. What does it do out of curiosity? I guess we can test it real quick. I'm gonna sign out and do the send to chat. It probably just fails. Oh, let me check this. I'm gonna sign out first. Okay, yeah. So the send to chat should not be there, but it doesn't do anything. It just probably gives you a... Yeah, just an authentication issue. But yeah, it shouldn't be here. Thanks for letting me know. That's what it uses. We use this on the other parts of the site. If you have any questions, you can send it to the AI, but I forgot to remove it for the landing page. Gotcha, Dark Snoopy. Very interesting. I mean, I would definitely volunteer just because it sounds like fun. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I think the value of college is just to sort of show you can do your homework. Semi-reliable individual, and signal that to people. But that's pretty much it. Everything else you can learn online. I noticed when you added a lot of data, I just discarded it, but you added a lot of data to market data. We don't use this anymore, so I'm thinking you probably ran the wrong scripts. We only use the one in Firebase now. If we didn't correct the script, you need to... So the script that you ran to populate the data, go find that. And we probably need to update it to go to the right place now. Hey, thanks, Kai. There's so many bugs today that, like, I want to fix them. I feel like if we knock out these bugs, we're doing pretty good. But it's just, and then there's another bug now. I have to fix so many bugs. Wait, that's really interesting, Kale. Yeah, that's probably a component of it too. The US might care a little more about the degree. Yeah, we just never updated the script, apparently. UK is cooked. I guess I've never really talked to someone from the UK, so I don't really know like, I just see stuff on Twitter, that's all I see, so I have no idea what it's, I guess we shouldn't get too political. All right, so we're working on a number of bugs. So many bugs. what do I want to do first? I'll do the one that the one guy called out. Landing page, send a chat thing. All right, so on the landing page, you can currently do send a chat. We want to disable that there. Nice. I fix mine too, kind of. We'll see tonight. What about all the company data? Like historical company data? I'm gonna look in Firebase real quick. Just make sure it's uploading using the right script here. Confusing. Oh, I found it. Okay, you're right. Okay, cool. I forgot we already set it up with the Lambda. Where is it grabbing the data from? Because I don't see all of them. So mysterious. Let me check if this works. So you can't scroll. You can't zoom in on the chart itself. It's like zooming in with the events, but not the chart, the line. You know. like locked. Must be just locked at the dates. Where are they under? Oh, it's already there. Let me look again. Must have just missed it when I was looking. What collection is it under in Firebase? Give me the actual path. What? It's not there. I do not see it there. Oh, I get it now. There it is. Fantastic. Okay, great. We have an understanding. Now the script you modified so it's uploading there to the right place, right? Cool. Kale, how do you go about learning it? Are you doing like, are you trying to build something? What's your strategy? Read a bunch of articles. I have not endeavored into this. It appears to be stuck on the dates, so I think maybe we set it explicitly, the beginning and end date for the chart. Is the path, oops. It's the send to chat feature. We have it on all pages. We kind of implemented it as like a, you can find it's like a send to chat popover. Nice. I'll hopefully fix that one. Let's keep populating these. Are you collecting? Hey Ben. We use Alpha Vantage, country APIs, World Bank API, SEC filings API, Edgar tools to extract it. So a bunch of different places, basically. It's funny to learn stuff. They're really strict. Burst runtime. Gotcha. I really like how all these events are like grouped up here. Can we have the same thing? It's we have these like chunking ideas, chunking lines for the countries. Go ahead and find that. So that way, when you zoom in, they all show up. Also, when you click, it's like a slideshow of the events. So you can just like, if you click in the region of them, you can just like slide through. Architecture agentic model properly. Yes, true. Our ideology is that obviously I'll never have to write the code. Yeah, that makes sense. I think, yeah. As long as there's enough training data on the thing, you should be able to knock out quite a bit of it. Whatever language you're using, or stack. Cool, I'm going to try a few questions because we actually changed. Actually, it should help a lot of things if this works. I kind of thought this is how it was already working, but before it was actually sending the 50 companies all their schemas, which is actually a lot of extra tokens that we were sending to the Flash model. So now it should hopefully send only a few. And then we'll see if it's any faster. We're going BPMs. Yeah, I'm kind of with you there. At least more product focused. And then I think you'll still need to do the higher level design, system design stuff for quite a while. It's kind of like anything. It's like, you know, there's going to be a lot of professionals, white collar professionals, where they're just signing off on stuff, you know, because you need someone to stake their credibility on a thing to say, hey, this is good. So that way, if it doesn't work, they can blame you. And that's your job. You say, okay, this works. And that's going to be for like doctors, lawyers, accountants, just some guy being like, yep, looks good. Pretty sweet gig. As well as they probably will have to do more work too. But as far as like product design and things like this. Actually, I should change that. That is actually not a sweet gig in some sense, but it's a sweet gig in others. Like you don't have to maybe do as much work, but all right, cool. So we changed some things. I'm sure it's related to this error. Architecture is always decided by me personally. Yeah. That's kind of how I've been implementing this as well. Like the chart pipeline thing, I was very much involved in the design. Let's take a look. take a look. I think these changes are related. Probably we did not attach the right schema. We might need to log actually what schema we're attaching now that we are making these changes. And that way we can capture it. I'm guessing this is why, but go ahead and investigate. Yeah, Dark Snoopy, it was pretty complicated. Like, there's a lot going on I can show if you're interested. Because it's like, we had to guide the LLM to, we basically gave it a library. We're like, hey, here's our way of, I mean, there's lots of different types of questions you can ask, right? So the idea was we nailed down what are the general concepts, and then we gave it to the LLM an interface of like what you should call for each. Oh, sorry. And then we have a validation evaluation step where it sends the LLM the charts to see if they're valid. And then there's also the today's brief stuff. And then there's the schema router for attaching all the right data, like whether it's mobile app data or this data. And yeah. And then there's another router for default LLM versus like going to the longer chart generation, all that stuff. Yeah, so that's what, and there was a lot of bugs. Adepts of personal efficiency. Is that they agree too much? Yeah, that's true. For like 20 minutes, implement for 5. Interesting. Yeah, Kale, you're really selling me on open code. Like, if you really like it, it's probably good. Just have not gotten to try it yet. I actually want to do the opposite. I actually kind of want to do the opposite. I don't want you to add that. I actually want you to remove it from the interface because we're actually not really using the win rate that often anymore. Doesn't really matter, I guess. Oh yeah, and another thing is the way this chart pipeline works, it's going to this like sandbox now. That was not too hard to set up, but there's just a lot of stuff. Skill hot reloading based on that gives rule sets. Yeah, I guess, did you open source any of your workflow? I might try it if that's something you're doing, but maybe you don't want to, that's great. I'll probably have different, everyone has different preferences anyway. I do like the process of customizing it too. Oh, no, very nice. Wait, that actually low-key was actually a little faster. Actually. It actually was faster though. I'm gonna run a few more. Hey, Roman, I'll put it on dark mode. I'll do it just for you. Sorry. After this chart is made. Oh, sorry. One more chart and then. Alright, this is getting kind of cool. We can do, I wonder if we can do correlations with like 3 or 4. One more chart. And then, alright, cool. So I guess we fixed this bug, I think. But we will test it later, probably too. Yeah, absolutely. E2B, very good and very actually. It was a pretty smooth process getting it set up. It just like creates a VM and then it nukes it afterwards. So if you need to run any LLM generated code, it's kind of the standard for a lot of sites. Yeah, I'm using well, the chart generation, all the chart generation logic is, we built that, but the actual visual as far as like what it looks like, that's a D3. So D3, I highly recommend it. Very cool, very customizable. Someone mentioned it on stream before we were using another one, but it's definitely worth the time putting, because these are cool. I really like them. Very interactive and very customizable. You can do whatever you want with them. And also another big component, AI is very good at D3 charts. I think there's a lot of training data or something on it, because it really built these quickly. I was surprised because it took a lot of work with the. We would have saved a lot of time. Not a lot of time, but probably a day's worth if I just would have done, maybe 2 days even. If I would have done, I would use D3, but it is what it is. I still need it for the emails, the other charts, so it's okay. It's not all wasted. Can I do 3? Okay, I'm gonna switch to dark mode so I don't break my promise. I don't know, can you even do a question like this? Do you think this question will succeed? Can I do a correlation with 4? a search generation, but we use in-house data. Sure. Oh, gotcha. Yeah. Definitely recommend D3 if you're interested. Very cool. Run cloud auto mode. Oh, nice. Okay, it didn't work, I guess. I guess you can't do many. Let's see if we can fix it. Oh, gotcha. Anyway, we could support doing a rolling correlation graph for many different assets. How tough of a change would this be? We'd have to limit it to some degree, but good morning, know it. It's only for websites. I'm not sure. D3, look it up. I'm not sure. Something across this out. I think we fixed this as well. I don't know. We'll fix it later, this script. And make sure this is not broken. Oh, it's still going. Oh, can cloud run in auto mode? I don't know what that means, fax. Auto mode. Just like builds for you.
Something's coming, child. Just wait.
Are you sure there's no way to make it one line? Yeah, you definitely could, right? I mean, it's just like measuring how correlated all four are together, right?
Eyes open,
Is that not
feel it in the
possible?
air. Whole world quiet, but the spark's right there. Been cold, but the glow been still. There's something out there, but to bend that will. I can feel it coming on. Something shifting in the dark. Ain't no map, ain't no plan, but I know it's in my hands. Phone dry, still I'm on alert. Doors closed, but I'm past the hurt. Signs hit, but they don't say when. Could be now, yeah, could be then. Oh no.
Apple Intelligence. Alright, cool. That's weird. Hey Tan, Cloud Desktop Support Cloud Code. I haven't tried it. I like the terminals myself, but I'll teach their own. But I've not tried it.
Wish I knew it before. Clock
A little weirdness in the. Whoa.
Sky's been gray, still feel elated. Been on
No.
edge,
Like the last one.
not yet, but it's breaking through. I can feel it coming.
Actually, I think it's just because as soon as I zoom in, it starts.
Shifting in the dark. Ain't no map, ain't no
Better.
plan.
It's minor. Minor issue. I make sure the landing page doesn't have the send a chat. Oh, it still does. No. It is still there for some reason. Oh, I see. It's the root, though. You did slash landing. It's the actual root. Just slash. There we go. Now it's good. I don't think don't need to make a new function, right? I mean, can't it just be the same function? It just takes an array, and then if there's multiple, you average it. I mean, maybe only taking like the max is 4 assets or something. No, we don't need backwards compatibility. Please don't do that. Sonnet 4.7. Oh, you meant autonomous mode. I remember hearing something. Gotcha. Yeah. I agree with KL there. Yeah, same here. Like when I sit down and I'm like, it's kind of like it actually definitely there is a comforting feeling about these terminals. You sit down, it feels like you can answer anything. You just talk to them and they'll tell you the answers. Or rather, they help you think about the answers. They're not always right or whatever, but they're like a bunch of people trying to figure out for you. Okay, let's start on the next thing. The most important thing is this one. This one and this one. And the emails. I think these three are all related. I think it's just not deploying and running for some reason. It keeps getting errors. And it's looking right now, so I'm just going to put it over here. Yeah, same here, Dark Snoopy. Yeah, I mean, work to your skills, Like we all have our roles to play. Cool. I will try that question again. I kind of agree with you, Kale, though. I think it's and if you look at the 2000s, what happened? It started with semiconductors. Like if you look at the company financials, which ones had the biggest started with Intel, started with the semiconductors, and then it moved to the software layer, and then it moved to the next layer down for as far as like how did the productivity move from layer to layer. So I think it's just going to be a very similar, I think it's going to be a very similar trajectory. Started with semiconductors, NVIDIA, then it's going to go down to the next layer, and then eventually once everyone starts using these tools, you'll see some financial improvement from productivity improvements on the last layer, which is like everyone using the software products. Say me about. Yeah, definitely, dude. Okay, why is it failing? That was the new probably the new code we added here. Take a look at this. I asked this question to try to do 4 assets. Hey Ryan, thank you. I'm using Opus 4.5. Yeah, definitely. Yeah. I think it's a long tailwind, Like we're kind of a product of our time a lot of times. So I try to ride the things you think will be a long-term tailwind, right? It's not just the next few years, like next few decades will be defined by this trend. So try to find a angle on it. I think that makes sense. There's so many reasons why we're going this direction. Like not only do you have that the technology is actually good, but that also the fertility crisis across the entire world is going to push every single country into robotics and into labor automation. it's just this incentive is pervasive across every single country. So there's just no way that over the next couple decades, there's not going to be just insane investment because it's existential. You know what I mean? So being in this space, it makes a lot of sense to try to find an angle on it. I'm running the logs. Oh, I see. Nice. Can you go ahead and update the sandbox? I have to deploy on the when I make changes to the sandbox code. Oh yeah, we probably want to abide by this. We got this error. We should actually take this seriously. Did we do this? Clearly not. I can take a look at this myself too. Okay, yeah, so we have another thing we need to do. Hey Richard, we're building a investor platform. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, and it's one of the clearest, like, you just know it's going to happen because all the incentives are pointing it in the same direction. Every single, you could see maybe like, maybe you could argue like in the 90s, right? That it's not clear the technology is going to get better. But when every single country is facing a fertility crisis, every single first world country, this is the main way you will solve this problem of lack of younger demographics. And it's inevitable. It's already happened. You can't solve the fertility crisis at this point. It's already baked into the demographics. So you have to solve it through robotics and automation. It's the only way. Is it possible to use Gemini 3 Pro on Cloud Code? Not that I know of. But if you figure out something, let me know, because maybe I'll do it. Maybe, assuming it's allowed. Might not be. Oh, cool. Yeah, that was actually easy. Okay. Yeah, you get to cross out something. I guess we should probably test if it works. I guess what was in E2B V2? Can you tell me about it? What was different? Oh, dope. It's actually much faster. Fantastic. Yeah, Kale. I mean, to anyone who lived 100 years ago, like all of our jobs are just fake. Like, they're not real. Like, well, 50% of society's jobs are fake, but the other 50% are pretty clearly jobs. Okay. It's the same sort of error. Let's make sure it rebuilt. It depends which yeah, Richard, I think the limit here is not the hardware. The hardware I think is already good enough. Let me pull up the well, when I say good enough, what I'm talking about is just to clarify, like automation for a lot of jobs and a lot of tasks, right? Robotics, all these things we can accomplish with the current models. Like the current models are very, very good. So when I'm talking about like the limit is power, I think. Like we need more electricity production and for the data centers and things like this, but the limit on the hardware, the current chips are extremely good. I don't know how much better they need to be to automate the tasks that will need to be at some point. Okay. So, why don't I use I do use warp for the. I don't really like warp that much, but I use it for the commands for my running the dev environment. But I like being able to size the windows as I like. As the research progresses, they'll find a way to decrease compute need for performance regardless. Everything else gets optimized in the end. Yeah. True. Check it out here. Here's the question. It's the recent code we added. Make sure that we redeployed the changes, but if not, here's the error. Oh, that makes sense. Yeah, I forgot to attach the interface doc. Has to update that because the LLM needs to know how to call it. Oh, sounds good. Thanks, man. I'll probably hop off soon here. What, 37 hours? Are you serious? What? Is that even possible? You better get some sleep. You start hallucinating. Okay, I'm gonna try this again. I think this might be fixed now. See you, man. Wow, interesting. I feel like all three of these will be knocked out at the same time if this thing can find the freaking error on Google Cloud. I don't understand what the problem is exactly. I think maybe found it. Might be checking the dates wrong. Yeah. Oh, fantastic. It just says to fix the label. Cool, can you just fix the legend? Something happened with the legend. Not really sure. Nice. Oh, nice. I fixed it. Oh, it just made it so if there's more than... Gotcha. Check this out.
Can hold this rebel strife. A spark ignites where dreams collide. Beneath the stars I carve my
Like, It's January 9th. We're generating this for the afternoon. It responds, got it. January 7th, afternoon generation. What? Try to make me mad. Dude, this Dark Snoopy, I just, this one's gonna be on Spotify in a week. Posted it today and this morning. I'm also gonna post this other one. Wait, Gremlin, you actually don't like this song?
Dreams collide. Have you seen it? Yet I am sure you will.
Yeah, like every time I hear this song, like this is awesome.
Beneath the clouds. Have you seen it? A characteristic. Dreams collide.
So what I'm gathering from this is that Gremlin doesn't like my music. He's like, bad music taste. Hey Tails, welcome. And currently, if you guys are wondering what I'm doing, I'm working a little off screen because I'm trying to figure out this Google Cloud thing.
The waves beneath the clouds. No chains can hold
Bro,
this
it keeps going to January 7th. What? Why? Okay. Dude, January 9th. We're checking January 9th. And I want you to look at the chart data at January 9th. Somehow it got into its head I really care about January 7th. And you're going to look at the chart data and see if it's there. If it's not there, we need to look for the errors in the deployment.
No chains can hold this rebel strike.
Alright, what can we do while we wait for this silly little thing?
A spark ignites where dreams
I guess we can start populating the rest of the... Oh wait. Yeah, we could populate the rest of the events.
carve my way. The world's alive, I won't obey.
Alright, let's go ahead and populate the rest of the... For the 500 companies, you can run that script to populate that. Bridge mine looking like Neo. Was he wearing like a trench coat or something? Let me go look. Oh yeah. No docking. Recommend Cloud Pro, Cloud Max. I've heard a lot of people, they say Cloud Pro has really low rate limits. So that's what they keep telling me. I didn't try Cloud Pro, so I've only tried Cloud Max. For me, it's good value for what I'm doing. But depending on what you're doing, you might find Cloud Pro is not so good. Opus running much faster. Last few days, music is fine. Prompt Opus to do. Gotcha. Oh, I see what you're saying. Are you trying to make music with Opus? Interesting. Yeah, definitely I've not had very good luck with like making things sync to the music. It's actually a pretty hard task. Hey, Aaron, you're saying that's a lot. I think, yeah, it is, but these AI models are actually pretty expensive. Like if you, but you could use anti-gravity, you could use Cursor. They give you some free credits and stuff, so that's what I'd recommend as well. And then if you figure that you like it, and it's ultimately up to you what you want to do. But that's just what I do. Hard workflow task. Right, interesting. Why are you not using OpenRouter? Well, the subscription I think is pretty good value. OpenRouter, I'd have to use API costs, right, Grandma? Double check. Maybe I can plug in my cloud subscription. Yeah, API pricing would be much more expensive than what I'm doing. Probably 4 times or so. Yeah, I don't have a degree in music, so that's probably why I have trouble with it. I might just run it locally. Oh, I see what you're saying. Oh, I see what you're saying. You're saying for this, that way users could choose all the different types of models. I was kind of thinking basically that the user probably won't be choosing the models because they probably will have no idea what any of this means, I think. So I'll probably just have like a pro, medium, like fast, medium, pro or something. And then they can just choose. That's kind of what I was thinking. But you're right, I could switch it to OpenRouter or whatever later. The user choose its own model. Oh, you're thinking based on the user question? Yeah, you could do an extra layer of routing. It's like a really complex question. So far, though, every question that I ask generally Flash answers. So I think we don't really have a need for the more event. Maybe if the user uploads their own data set, that's when we would start that's probably when we'd start using the higher models. For now, because we help the LLM, it generally can do the Flash one pretty well. All right, I'm probably gonna head out. I'm gonna go to the gym and fixed a lot of bugs today. There are more to fix. We worked on the portfolio page. We added company events. And we fixed some bugs. And I am signed out, so I need to sign back in. So I'm gonna open up the company page that I'm talking about. So this is the company events document, and it's going to show up on all the companies. It'll have the events, so you can go in and zoom in and see, oh, this is when this happened. And it's for all the charts. So that's here as well. And we're working on basically a lot of bugs with this page. We didn't put a lot of time into it. And we also added searching, so you can go in and go find it and get a specific, fix this page up. It's kind of messy. Got to fix the labeling. But other than that, it is a little bit better. Yeah, see you guys. I'm gonna head out. Have a good one. Good rest of your days.